Check, check, check. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I request everybody to just settle down, please? I'll be your host for today in this room for the entire day with some very exciting panel discussions that we will go through today. My name is Geeta Sheth. A very good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of the entire Maritime SheEO community, I'm thrilled to welcome you all to yet another inspiring edition of the Maritime SheEO Conference, world's largest diversity conference. A vision to inspire and create next generation of women maritime leaders with sessions on leadership development, upskilling, mentorship, and navigating careers in a changing maritime world. Today's event is all about innovating through empowerment, a theme that defines who we are and what we stand for, creating a maritime world where leadership has no gender and potential has no limits. I'd like to thank our sponsors first, please. Platinum sponsor, Norwegian Consulate. Platinum legal partner, Renata Partners. Diversity partner, Fleet Management. Gold partner, MOL Maritime India Private Limited. Gold partner, North Ship Management Private Limited. Safety partner, Sitara Shipping. Equity and inclusion partner, Sea Line Group. Leadership partner, PSA India. Company booth partner, GAC Shipping. Company booth partner, SHM Ship Care. Company booth partner, SR Ports. Let's start the day with a Menti poll. This is a country check-in poll. A bit of fun before we start with the serious discussions. You can either scan the QR code on your phone and tell us which country are you logging in from, or you can go to www.menti.com. I think the QR code will be much simpler. Are we done? So we see a diversity in the participants as well. We have people from Sri Lanka, India, UAE, Singapore, and Dubai seated here today. I hope that's exciting as well, because you're not just from India, but across the continents surrounding India. Now we will, let's hear from one of our strongest supporters, Fleet Management. Here's a special video message featuring Captain Ivana Kulkarni, a proud member and now a community ambassador of Maritime SheEO, who shares her experience as a seafarer and why she believes in this movement. This captures the spirit of this year's Maritime SheEO theme, Believe, Achieve, Lead, presented by Fleet Management Limited, one of the world's largest management companies committed to empowering women at sea. This video follows a young maritime student as she prepares for Nautica, one of India's most prestigious maritime events, through the combined power of planning, persistence, and resilience. She pushes beyond her comfort zone, anticipating and overcoming challenges in her preparation for the event. Her journey mirrors the real-world experiences of women across maritime industry who navigate barriers, break stereotypes, and forge paths with courage. This film is a tribute to every seafarer who dares to dream, defies the odds, and leads with convictions. As you watch, reflect on the strength it takes to rise and the communities that help make it possible. The video, please.
I don't think she can do it. Why did she choose this field? She knows what Nautica means, right? I don't know what she's trying to prove. They just have to be everywhere. I don't think she can use this field to begin. Stop. This field is not safe for women.
Hi everyone, I'm Captain Deepak Korea, CEO of Fleet India Operations. Here at Fleet, we are very proud to be diversity partners to the Maritime SheEO Conference 2025. Diversity is part of our working together pillar, and all this is covered under our Encompass strategy. In line with India's vision to increase our women seafarers by 12%, we at Fleet have grown by 20% in the last 2 years. Not only that, we have promoted 2 lady seafarers to the rank of captain, Captain Deepti Singh and Captain Neelam Pandey. As a matter of fact, Captain Deepti Singh was recently commended by the Union Minister Shri Sarabanda Sonowal at a recent event in Bhavnagar. We wish everyone here at the Maritime SheEO the very best, and as Fleet, we will continue to support diversity in every way possible. As part of our strategic goal, we have recently partnered with a famous maritime institute, IMI Delhi. IMI Delhi is going to be our vehicle to ensure that more and more women seafarers join our ships.
Commendable and inspiring video from the fleet management team. We have another poll coming up.
As a woman at sea, it sometimes can feel isolating. But through Maritime SheEO, I found a network that understands, supports, and empowers me to keep going. Sign up on www.maritimesheo.com/community to join us.
Okay, that video was Captain Ivana Kulkarni. I think we just jumbled up the order of the video being played. Now we have a Menti quiz, please. The question is, when strategizing, which comes first, empowerment or innovation? I think we all agree that empowerment is the key today. Literally ate innovation alive. So the next topic for discussion is innovating through empowerment. Innovating through empowerment, powered by Navitera Consultants. To introduce the panel, we have Simone Lobo, Flag License Officer, Navitera Consultants. Simone. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here among so many inspiring minds and change makers for this session, Innovating Through Empowerment, proudly powered by Navitera Consultants. This is Simone Lobo, Flag Liaison Officer from the Legal Department. At Navitera, we have always believed that empowerment isn't just a buzzword. It's a way of working, a way of leading, and most importantly, a way of bringing out the best in people. For us, empowerment is something that shows up in every conversation, every collaboration, and every decision we take. Whether we are working with ship registries, supporting owners, managers, or guiding seafarers through complex regulatory framework, one truth always stands out. When people are empowered, when they are trusted, supported, and given space to grow, innovation follows naturally. Empowerment isn't just about giving someone a voice. It's about making sure that the voice is heard, respected, and valued. In the maritime world, that means encouraging diverse perspectives and recognizing that creativity can come from anyone, from a seafarer out at a sea to a young professional sitting in a coastal office. When we build systems that allow those ideas to flow freely, we can create the foundation for true innovation. At Navitera, we have seen the spirit of empowerment transform the way we work. Our ship registration services are built on collaboration, bringing together ship owners and flag administration, and technical aspects to simplify the process that were once complex and opaque. By empowering every stakeholder with clarity, transparency, and knowledge, we have turned the registration from a mere administrative step to a channel of innovation. And the innovation doesn't stop there. One of our proudest achievements comes from our offshore engineering vertical, where our team designed the world's first circular jack-up barge, Ravikiran. This groundbreaking design represents forward-thinking, flexibility, and the courage to look beyond what's been done before. Innovation thrives where empowerment exists. When teams feel ownership, they don't just follow process, they improve them. When women in our industry are empowered with opportunities, mentorship, and leadership roles, we don't just promote equality, we bring stronger and more creative and more resilient workplaces. And that is why today's panel is so special. It's not about innovation as an idea, but about the people and the values that make it real. We are privileged to have with us Captain Dinesh Jairam, General Manager, Fleet Personnel, C-SPAN Crew Management. Thank you, Captain. Ms. Huma Qureshi, General Manager, Emirates Shipping Association. Ms. Natasha Egodage, Chief Purpose Officer, Sea Line Group. Daljit Singh Kohli, India representative for the Port of Antwerp Bridge. And leading this inspiring discussion is our moderator, Ms. Namrata Nadkarni, CEO and founder of Intent Communications. Before I hand over, I'd like to leave you with a thought that beautifully captures today's theme. The light we give to others becomes the path that guides us all forward. Thank you.
Simone, and thank you everybody for joining us. I'm going to encourage anybody who's in the back to feel free to move forward and to be interacting with us, because if we are genuinely talking about innovation and empowerment, both of which are in the title of the session, this requires all of us to be in this together. So I am really, really thrilled with my panel, and I think that we've got some interesting questions which I've laid out. And towards the end, if you have any questions, there will be room for you to ask the questions yourself. And I'm going to warn you, I'm a bit of a strict moderator, so these will have to be questions and not statements. Statements are for coffee, questions are for our wonderful panel. Right, shall we start with one of the big ones, right? When we're talking about empowerment, it's very, very easy to talk in theory, right? But I am always a big fan of practical implementation. I feel like our audience would like to know, what have you done at your organization in terms of policy, and how did you, in order to have a positive impact on your workforce, and when you were doing this, how did you measure the impact? Now, I know that we've got a variety of different voices on the stage, so your organizations will vary, and what empowerment and policy look like at your organizations will vary. But I'm genuinely curious, what have you done that has had the most impact on your workforces to get people engaged? And in the case of Homa, I know you've got members, so kind of getting them involved as well. So shall we start this way, and then I'll mix it up? So shall we start with you, Dinesh?
Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, it's nice to have a small group. I thought the hall would be full, We should have been on the other side, actually. Anyway, thank you, Namrata, for moderating this panel. And so I work with C-SPAN. I've been with C-SPAN for about 22 years, just to give a little background. I was a sailing master, and I was at sea for 26 years before that. So I've seen both sides, sea and shore. So as far as our company goes, one of the main things is the decision for empowerment must come from top. When that happens, everything else settles in. So right from our CEO and CEO and the board, it's their decision to ensure that this is measured on a regular basis. And also, if you look at our ESG report, the S part, the social part, that's where it's for everybody to see. You can look it up at Atlas Corporation and C-SPAN Corporation, and you'll see that. Also,
so
I've seen
metrics that you are actively measuring and then
yes.
Publicly reporting.
That's right. Yeah.
Excellent.
So it's both at sea and shore. So also, there have been instances where I get a call, like our head office is in Vancouver, so I get a call and then suddenly they ask me, the bankers want to know this, or somebody else wants to know this. So there are touch points there at various meetings that they have. So what we did is we allocated 25 ships where we would place women seafarers initially. And from that, we scaled down to about 17 now, where we have at least 3 women seafarers on each ship. So that makes it a lot easier for them, irrespective of the department, to manage whatever small issues they may have on board. Then implementing strict bullying and harassment policies. So there's absolutely, if a complaint comes, we look at it very seriously and deal with it immediately. So that's very important. What do you do? Then we connected all the seafarers on a WhatsApp group, and so all of them can talk to each other, the peer groups, the seniors, juniors, all of them. So that helps them to sort out a lot of things among themselves.
You're creating communities.
Yes, to create a community, yeah. And additionally, ashore, we have got 5 engagement champions. Again, they are women. They are in various parts of the world. And if there's anything that needs to be conveyed, it's easier for a woman to convey to another woman, especially when you're new in the field.
You're starting out, yep.
Yeah. Then we do gender sensitization training. Now this, in our opinion, the men need it more than the women, because the women are coming in the men's world. So that helps a lot. And there's a lot of...
I'm going to quickly challenge that and say it's not a man's world, not anymore.
Yeah, it's not.
But we traditionally dominated by men, very, very true. And I think making men aware of what they can do to be welcoming, absolutely.
Sure,
I just always, my editor brain sticks in. Continue.
So it is people like us who support that cause,
Absolutely.
Yeah? And of course, Maritime SheEO and Sanjam, all the good work that she does. Then onboard facilities like common washrooms, like these are things that are not there on ships. So all the new ships, we have ensured these are done. Separate laundry facilities, working gear, uniform, medical facilities, sanitary disposals. These are all things that are now added on all the ships. And fair recruitment policies, all gender neutral. Also the cadets that we have about 250 cadets in a year. So here in India especially, they have a issue where they have a placement issue. So they may come and do training and spend a lot of money, and then finally they don't get a job. So we look at girl students from universities, we screen them, and if we find them suitable, then we place them in the institute ourselves. So they have a job before they start the training. So that's a difference. And also now we are looking at a bursary program. So it's not a scholarship, it's a bursary program where students who come from impoverished families or where they cannot, the fees are a little bit too much for the family to bear, we support them as well. This is again on a worldwide, something that we've done in 3 countries.
I mean, this is
fantastic. Only for girls.
Because I feel like what this has indicated is that you've genuinely looked at the problem, thought about the problem, and then allocated resources to the problem,
Yes.
right? You've actually turned around and said, here's policy, here's what we're measuring. We are actually going to allow, we don't just, I mean, and this is, I never said that this was you, but like a lot of companies might say, okay, we'll just have champions and women will use that, but to make sure that there are women champions, to make sure that there's 3 women on board so that no single woman is is by herself. There is this creating of communities. I think this is really fantastic. I'm going to come to you, Natasha, because I could see you nodding. So talk to me about Sea Line.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, and it's an honor to be here with this panel. Thanks, Namrita, for the question. Let me start with my designation. So I'm the Chief Purpose Officer of Sea Line Group. I'm starting with that because I think it's kind of unique. Our purpose at Sea Line is inspiring leadership in everyone we touch to build a sustainable and equitable future for all. So the first part of that, inspiring leadership, that has to do with empowerment. We don't just mean folks who are designated leaders. When I came into this company 5.5 years ago, no one looked like me at the top. And we're starting to work to get, so for example, when I came in, our board was all men, all mostly from one school in Colombo, and now we've got 3 women on the board. And that took 5.5 years to get there. So
Because change has
years.
to be iterative for it to work.
Absolutely. Across the organization, we have 730 employees, predominantly, a large portion of that is also in our healthcare organization. But leaving that aside, in maritime and logistics, we're at 21%. In terms of gender diversity, that is also something we are tracking. We want to make sure that we increase those, and we are working on targets that will make it work. On empowerment, I think this was mentioned in our introduction as well. It's about making folks feel like they have a voice and that they are heard. And once they are heard, it doesn't mean that we do exactly what they say. But we need to be empathetic to the problems that they have. And so we've taken a few steps across the organization to make that work, and I'll speak about 2 of them. The first one is something called the Confidant Network. So across our group, all female employees are assigned to confidants who are female. Our confidant network includes both male and female, but the female employees are specially assigned to a confidant. So that is a friend, essentially, who they can talk to. The confidants we train in a variety of ways, in empathetic listening and things like that.
So there's structured training for anybody in the Confidant Network?
Absolutely. So there are quarterly meetings also with our leadership team that is still mostly men, but they are also empowered to be confidants, to listen to folks, whether men or women or anything in between. That's one thing. So the Confidant Network, and that was part of our Inclusive Culture Development Policy Program. So that essentially works as an anti-harassment, anti-discrimination policy. And we've set that up in place not just for gender discrimination, but across the board, including race.
And I feel like it's a really good system, right? We often talk about buddies, and in maritime, for a very, very long time, we talk about mentoring and mentorship, right? It's the idea that you've got somebody where you can sense check what's going to happen and what you can expect the company to do. Is it safe to say that your experience has been a specific way. And I love the fact that everyone's gotten training in empathetic listening, which means that even, as you mentioned, very largely male-dominated culture, we know this. I mean, I'm pleasantly surprised by the room. There's actually a lot of women here, but given the topic of our conference, slightly less surprised. But it's great to have allies who have had training, because a lot of people want to help and they don't quite know how, right?
Absolutely. And what I have noticed across the board when I first came into Maritime is that the men want to help. So that table over there is mostly Sea Line employees, mostly men who are at the top. I also work very closely with Dinesh, and there are folks who want to help, and it is important for us to get everyone in the room excited about doing something that's good. And I think that's part of the empowerment. We don't want to make a world where suddenly we're only listening to women's voices or only listening to some minorities' voices. Everyone's voices need to be heard. The second thing we did was we set up a 360-degree evaluation process. So that runs twice a year. 5.5 years ago, we had a paper system, and only the superior provided feedback to employees. We are currently in the middle of our mid-year cycle, and so everyone has peers, subordinates, superiors. Those are the three sections. So people anonymously get to give feedback to folks, except if you're a superior. And so we have noticed that helps to encourage conversations of feedback and empower folks. Thank you.
And that makes total sense to me, right? Because if you're a leader and you actively want to help, your journey is probably very different to the journeys of people who are starting out, particularly if they're of a different gender to you, if they're a different race or a different socioeconomic class. So I think that's really, really interesting. And I feel like, Homa, you've got like a completely different challenge, right? Because you've got all of these members who have their own concerns, who are looking at empowerment their own ways. Could you talk to us about how you wrangle everyone's different needs and different opinions, but you are championing your region. So what does this kind of empowerment look like?
Thank you very much, Namrata. Good afternoon, everyone. I will just do a little bit of background about my association. So we are the only federally registered association that represents the entire maritime cluster, which includes the ship owners, the agents, the laws, firms, the supply chain, all of it. We are currently with about 100 members, and I have to say we are only 3 years old. So for an association, we're doing pretty well compared to our counterparts in the rest of the part of the world. When I was brought in, this was when the Emirates Shipping Association was not officially launched. It was a boardroom filled with 7 gentlemen, mixed culture, all of them in quite seasoned, I would say, within shipping industry, and extremely influential within their own companies as well. I was brought in and asked to set up the entire strategy, identifying what is it that the association would need to work towards. It was an extremely important and position where I was able to set that up, the core of what the association would work towards, and that itself was a great sign that despite these leaders, and you would on a general day be intimidated by them, were willing to step forward and empower. And
well, they wanted your expertise, right?
They wanted
said,
my expertise.
We know that there's a gap, we want to address the gap.
Exactly, and they were willing to adapt as well. Again, because of the background that I come from, A, non-shipping, second, maybe not the usual fit that you would see. One of the regular days it was, and nothing emergency-like, and we were supposed to round off at 5. I get called in for a board meeting at 4:30, and at 5, I'm looking at my watch right in front of the board member that 30 minutes is all we have, so you need to wrap up because I need to go back home and I need to get on with my life. And that was something that was absolutely appreciated. And I can tell you that that has become sort of an unsaid policy that is till date practiced within the organization, that post 5 p.m., no one is bothered. On weekends, we do not entertain each other's calls. So this has enabled and encouraged a lot more youth and women to be participating at our events, at all sorts of our engagements. So that has been one of the factors which I feel if we need to match the gap of, which we keep talking about, diversity, inclusivity, the newer generation. It's all about work-life balance. It's all about where do you draw the line between work and where do you want to progress. So that is something that we need to work towards. So
I think that's absolutely spot on, right? Because we aren't just employees, we're human beings. We have families, we have other obligations. Some of us are training, some of us have caring responsibilities, and not just women. There's like quite a lot. Can I just check, how many people in the room, because this is always an interactive session, and this is just a show of hands, how many people in the room feel like you have a really good work-life balance and you're empowered by your organization to do so? That is a very good cohort here and a cohort there that needs more conversations with your employer, clearly. But, let's make sure that we're continuing this conversation. So one of the fantastic things about the partnership that you're in, Daljit, is the idea of knowledge sharing and knowledge transfer and this cultural interaction. Can you talk to me about how you make sure that you are truly sustaining and making this knowledge share, this culture of empowerment and innovation truly sustainable?
Thank you very much. I think I'm slightly an odd man out because I represent a port authority, and we are a landlord port, so you have a lot of companies in the port actually doing a lot of operations. So a lot of companies have their own policies rather than we having at the port. But if you look at the statistics, we contribute to almost 4.5% of Belgium's GDP. That's a big number in terms of what you do, but it comes out of the total throughput, and all these companies are engaging around 160,000 employees, direct and indirect. Now, I'll just come back, before I answer this question, I'll just quickly answer to what Huma also mentioned about the work-life balance, and it's very important because we see a lot of women in our port actually more in the office jobs or in the factory levels, but when it comes to port operations, when it comes to loading and unloading, we still have a man-dominated world, which we have had a survey and we feel that it's still below 20%, but we are making sure that we get to that level. And office levels is almost equal, like 50% each. But coming to the work-life balance, I think before COVID, in COVID, you find a lot of Indian companies actually talking about this work from home culture, which was earlier like a privilege, like somebody getting a work from home for a day would have been a privilege. But in Belgium is one country which is always propagating a 4-day week. And then we have women in my offices who actually work 3 days a week, because no matter what you say, women take on more responsibilities than men do, to be honest, because they have, and it's actually,
it's cultural.
It's cultural, it's inbuilt actually. It's an inbuilt mechanism for a woman actually, because
inbuilt to society.
Yeah, a mechanism.
I can
because
promise you
a woman
on a Sunday I want to do
particularly
nothing.
would be more empathetic towards her family than a man, because he would probably look at from a broader perspective of just making sure that he earns money and he takes care of the family from a broader perspective, but a woman will be more emotionally attached to everything that comes in. So no matter what you say, they will still have that kind of empathy towards the whole family. And that is where I think it's very important for companies to look at that flexible culture, and we've been doing that in the port, very important. Coming back to what you said about innovation, I think that comes in from within, because innovation can be at any level. It could be from a company level, it could be from a level about broadly just having a trend that is coming in. How do you define that innovation is also important. For example, we do work with quite a lot of innovation companies right now, and that includes all the startup companies. We have an incubator called Beacon, where we have all these companies coming and actually collaborating on a new technology. As a port, we've opened a platform to a lot of these companies coming and innovating. And there is where you don't see only startup companies, we've also seen all the majors. Now, if I just give you a background, Port of Antwerp, Antwerp particularly as a city, is the largest integrated chemical cluster in Europe, and this is the second largest in the world after Houston. So you can imagine the companies like BASF, Total, ExxonMobil, all having these production facilities in the port area. Now these companies, when they talk about innovation, they're not only collaborating with these startup companies, they're actually taking a space in that incubator, where they actually see what is happening. And then you can actually, there's a lot of mutual respect that builds in between the companies and the startups, and they actually can innovate. Also gives the startup companies, it could be a man or a woman who's building up the startup, gives a lot of empowerment to him to actually look at a problem from a broader perspective, and then they can actually build up that solution. So this is not only about I having a startup and I say, okay, I have a solution for this. You've got to make sure that it's aligned with the industry, and the industry also picking up that thing. So partnerships can be on a broader level that we talk about.
So I think the point that you made was absolutely right in terms of having workplaces that are more inclusive, right? And when we talk about more inclusive, obviously, I slightly disagree with you, just so that we're aware, about the idea that women are naturally more empathetic. I don't believe that's true. I think society kind of makes us do that, and there is an expectation of us, or otherwise there is a word used for us, and it starts with the letter B, and it's not very nice. But what I would say is that when you have women in leadership who are really looking at the numbers and looking at this, you will see a lot more parity, but you will hopefully, and I love the idea that across our entire panel, people are looking at policies to make it easier for people to have lives outside maritime. It makes it easier for us to have, the ability not to burn out at work and to be able to contribute meaningfully there and to not have to pick between our personal lives and our professional lives. But I love what you were talking about in terms of COVID and the innovation and technology. So let's go around the table and just talk about technology and the kind of technical innovation that you've had, that you've seen, and how this has led to empowerment. Who would like to go next? Huma, you've been looking at me, so I'm just going to come to you.
So in terms of technology, I would say a few of my partners, which is around the ports, who have shown and implemented the use of AI a lot. I would say they have used AI to enable a lot more processes that can be improvised and efficiency can be increased for early detection of fire or any of those operational challenges which they would have otherwise. One such tool that we recently saw was while we visited the control room of Tuas Port in Singapore. And it was extremely fascinating to me because I saw a room where there were mixed group, women, men, youth, everyone playing around with the joysticks. Yeah. And I was curious to understand what they were doing, and then it was the containers that they were moving with those joysticks, and some of them were crane operators. Now this is the technology we need to start replicating and bringing it to many parts of the world. And that is something we hope that Abu Dhabi Ports is looking into, as well as even DP World. So that's one in terms of technology, and this also helps create that sort of job profiles which will be far more successful in the near future.
Amazing. Dinesh, could I pull you in? Because obviously you're talking about, you have come up with so many policies and you're measuring things. How is technology empowering this, and where are you hoping the technology is going to take you to?
So as far as technology goes, technology and the manpower, the people who manage it, it goes hand in hand. And for us, we looked at VR, AR, augmented reality, especially for training our seafarers on the dual-fueled LNG ships. So for key tasks like maybe bunkering and things like that on those ships, because they're very specific. So technology plays a big role. Then since we own and operate only container ships, the container ships cargo holds, they have sensors but no sprinklers. So all our new ships, we have got sprinklers fitted. So God forbid if there's a fire, you can use the sprinkler system. So that's again technology added. And we've also partnered with Amazon. We got a Amazon at Sea project where we're looking at buying ship spares through Amazon. So that'll be rolled out to the shipping in general. So
I love that. Like order a new dress, order some ship spares.
Yes.
Order my new toothbrush heads, all in one go.
Yeah, you can. And then also hydroponic setup. That's also a very nice thing.
To grow food on board your ships?
Yeah. So you have like 4 boxes, and then you can grow the greens on board.
Wow, yeah, that's fantastic.
So, yeah, that's really nice. So this is all part of technology. But also one small thing that I want to add is, recently, last week, we had a little incident on one of the ships. So I'm just sharing because for information for everybody. We had a captain who was in his shower, and then suddenly he saw in his shower cabinet there was smoke coming out of it. So luckily he was there in the shower. So he got off and then he put it off. So there was a shaver which had a lithium-ion battery, and the lithium-ion battery, caught fire. So it wasn't on charge or anything like that, but that's how it is with lithium-ion. So you got to be really, really careful in how you manage this and how those fires are put on. They're very different. The exothermic reactions,
extremely difficult. I mean, yeah. I know that, for those of you in maritime who've been keeping an eye on passenger ferries and car carriers, if you look at EV cars on board these ships, it's really challenging because if one goes, basically all of it goes. You're looking at a total loss of all your cargo and your ship, and hopefully, fingers crossed, no loss of life and pollution. But it's really quite scary.
Yeah. And then for the ships, to monitor the ships from technology point of view. So at sea, we look at Orca AI, this is AI, and Avicus. And then in ports, we use the marine traffic. So we can actually look at our ships, what they're doing, and guide the ship's crew accordingly. So those are all technology.
No, that's fantastic. And I think, again, harnessing technology is really interesting. So Natasha, how are you guys harnessing technology?
So the way we introduce ourselves to each other as well, I think to all of you, so now our business cards have moved to sort of a tap business card. We're trying to reduce how many trees we cut. That's one. But like Daljit said, COVID played a huge role in, I think, speeding up the uptake of technology. And I think we had a few folks, there's a lot of old school folks in maritime who needed to see their employees sitting right in front of them to know that they're doing work. And they had to let that go during COVID because people were not in front of them. And they realized that people could do work even without the constant supervision. And technology gives us gives us a lot of pathways to do that, to facilitate work from home, to facilitate flexible working hours. So we're looking to do a lot of that. At Sealine, our evaluation system is online, our HRIS system is online, and right now we're rolling out Acumatica as our ERP system across the group as well, across 14 companies. So we're really trying to digitalize Sealine Group, which is a company that's been around for 40 years. So change management is part of what we're working through right now. But it's definitely where we need to go. And we're empowering folks to get involved with the innovation coming up.
So Daljit, could I ask you what kind of changes that you've brought in through technology?
Okay, I think, again, I'll just tell you what the size of the port is actually. We are approximately 14,300 hectares of land, which approximately translates into 140 square kilometers of land. That's the port area that we're talking about. Now, one of the newest technologies that we're working on is a digital twin. Now, imagine having, and I mentioned we have a chemical cluster, so we have all the sensors. We've got to monitor what gases are released, what is the water levels, what is the dredging required in the port, how much is the wastage, how much is the oil spillage, everything we've got to monitor.
What's traffic looking like, all of it?
Everything. The weather, the traffic, how many ships are waiting, everything has to be looked on. Now imagine doing it in a 140 square kilometer area, you can't do much about it with manual intervention. So we've got drones, we've got cameras, we've got eye noses, what are basically nozzle sensors. And then all about this, we actually translate that into a kind of a real-time digital mapping. Now imagine covering an area of 140 square kilometers, just sitting in a room, and you could monitor everything and you could see everything that is happening in the boat. So that your quick rescue operations can take place immediately because your drones are flying over, your cameras are catching, your AI has been active because they actually now predict what is happening, and then you can really do operations. The other one, which is very important, and I'll just take one more minute, is that Homa just mentioned about some people playing around joysticks. Now that's basically an operation where they turn around with containers or move containers around. But imagine what we are working on is the estimated time of arrival tool, which means that when you're sending your container from India to Europe particularly, when it enters through a port, you will exactly know what time it will arrive, what is your next mode of transportation, how much time would it take for your shipment to release. So you're actually predicting everything with the help of technology, and that's going to be a massive change what's happening.
And of course, saving, ships having to wait at harbour,
exactly,
to run their engines. It's a reduction in fuel use, but it's also a reduction in vibrations and pollution. It's kind of all of it. And we know that there are lots of studies by even the IMO about just-in-time arrival.
True, and I think going further, you're going to capture, or you're going to monitor all the carbon capture that you're emitting. So that's again a part of technology that you exactly know how much time is it going to take. With all this disruptions that are happening right now in terms of maritime traffic, you need to know what's your time, because it all depends upon your commitment to your customer, because your customer is waiting for your products to come in. It's not that you can just send it and then the customer will take it whenever it requires. So you've got to schedule, you've got to make sure everything is working. And if you can predict that well in advance, that will really help actually.
It's fantastic. So we've heard what all of our speakers have done at their various different organizations and what this looks like, whether you've got seafarers and ship owners, whether you're looking at ports, whether you're looking at member associations. So there is a lot of information that has been passed to you. I'm very aware of time, so I'm going to ask one last question to sort of wrap it up. And I'm going to give my panelists a choice of question, which will allow them to pick what they want to kind of emphasize. One of which is, what regulatory or systemic hurdles do you think are preventing innovation in your sector? Or the other one is, what is an innovation that you're really impressed by? So either what has really impressed you and you think this is a fantastic piece of innovation, or what do you think needs to basically be broken down or changed in order to facilitate this innovation? And we're going to start with you first.
Okay, so I did mention about the digital twin, that is interesting for me. But the other innovation that we're actually doing at the port is about using autonomous shipping. Now, this is very unique because we already have, like, if you look at a company, says Port of Antwerp, Bruges, we have two platforms, two ports actually in one company. So the distance between the two ports is around 100 kilometers. We're trying autonomous shipping. Currently, it's on a semi-autonomous mode, but as the regulations change around fully autonomous, that's going to be affecting. What it means is...
Yeah, there's a mass code coming in.
Yeah, so that means actually a lesser human error, and you could have an end-to-end complete monitoring. I mean, you have driverless cars, but now you're talking about autonomous shipping completely without a manual intervention. That's going to be a big changer.
Absolutely. Natasha.
I'd like to speak about the regulatory and systemic hurdles. From a woman's point of view, in Sri Lanka, our ports don't allow for women to work after hours. And then our...
Only women?
Only women, yes, for their safety.
Yes, because working late turns me into a pumpkin.
Something like that. And then there's also laws that make it costly for the corporation, which is not a bad thing, the laws themselves. So for example, we give Sri Lankan law gives 84 days of maternity leave. That's mandated. On top of that, you can ask for another about 3 months at half pay and another 6 months on top of that. All of that cost is borne by the corporations at the moment. There's also...
is there any paternity at all?
Not legally, but yes, at Sea Line.
Well done.
But there's also feeding hours. It's 2 hours for the year. All of that is cost for the corporations. I feel like this is something at a government policy level that the public needs to. These are reasons why we might see corporations decide to hire a man versus a woman.
If it's more costly to hire somebody of a specific gender, then you have to be an exception to be hired, which is just, it's systemically unfair.
Absolutely. So there are things that I think we need to, at a government policy level, we need to change. But us at Sea Line, we talk a lot about the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People that talks about an inside-out approach. So at Sea Line, like I said, we've started paternity leave. It's only 10 days, not enough, I know. We're planning to increase that, and we're planning to also, in 2026, start a flexible work policy. So we're doing what we can, but it would help to,
Absolutely, and gathering data, measuring it, and sharing the impact, particularly I'm guessing on recruitment and retention, would have a real, that would be data that the government could use to convince itself.
Absolutely, and Sea Line actually launched the first report in the inclusion of women in the maritime industry with Maritime SheEO earlier this year, so we've got some data on that as well for the first time in a report as well.
Wonderful. Huma.
I believe innovation happens when it's not just one-sided and from one stakeholder. It is very much impactful when you have the government and the non-government players and the stakeholders within the same room across the table. And that's what we have been trying to do for the past couple of years now. Because of this, we did launch something known as the Maritime Leadership Program, where we do take the 15 leading executives from within the country to all of these decision makers, not just within the UAE, but also start the cross-country, cross-industry dialogues and collaboration, and we have seen a massive change. When we started at the very initial time, I struggled to get any women in there. I struggled. Though I actively looked out for them, encouraged them, I noticed that I heard a lot of excuses. I heard that, maybe our budgets are a bit tight. Maybe, our work priority is not letting us do that. And despite having those constant push, I struggled. But then the following year, when they did see that, the kind of impact it has had, we saw 26% straight jump for the following year.
That's huge.
Yeah, so that was really encouraging, and it just means that when women start prioritizing their career over their job, things change, and you will find a way out. So a lot of innovative, a lot of policies started getting introduced both within their organizations as well as in ours. So we did see that reflect across the board of our memberships.
And I think it's particularly interesting with the topic that we're talking about, which is, of course, we're talking about innovation through empowerment. I think that having different voices, different ways of thinking at board level is going to, and as you literally said, right, visibility, seeing it happen once and seeing there not be negative consequences meant that more people were willing to take that chance. And that's real change, right?
Yes.
Have you seen the results of that in a really positive way?
Absolutely. The visibility, when they notice that women are leading the journey, they are getting their experiences out there, somewhere we are breaking the glass ceiling. Somewhere we are giving them that sort of ray of hope. And just as a concluding note, I would say that a lot of women have walked through the door, but it's very important for us to keep holding that door for others. So that's something I'd like to say.
Absolutely. And I would actually even say, men, hold the door open. Allow the women in, right? Because you're already in the room. Dinesh, on that note.
Thanks, Namrata. So I'd like to share something that we did as a company. This is something that we have shared also in the Container Ship Safety Forum. And we have got 4 master mariners in our office. And this is something that other companies can replicate as well. It's looking at for running safe ships and safe ports, both. So at sea, we can look at Orca EA and Navicus. And in port, we look at the marine traffic. So it's a very low-cost thing that we set up in the office.
Harnessing existing technologies and data.
Yes. So we can actually look at where the pilot boards, and how the ship is brought in, what is the speed at which the ship comes in, and also if the pilot brings in the ship too fast, then we can go back to them with hard evidence, because as a ship master, the master cannot do that on his own. So we as a company, we can do that. We can go back and tell them, listen, this is the speed with the pilot run, here is the hard evidence, and you got to fix this thing. Because there's a safety for the port as well, right? It's not only for the ships. So with this, we found that a lot of our masters are disciplined, they run the ships better, our ships are safer, and for the ports are also safer. And it's a very, very low cost. And if anybody wants to know more details, they can connect with me and I'll help them. And as we have helped all the big container companies to set it up. You don't need an elaborate setup, you just need 4 computers and 3-4 guys depending on the fleet size that you have. So we have a fleet size of 172 ships that we're managing with just 4 people in the office.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you.
So I'm going to quickly check if with the person in charge, Geeta, I believe, whether we have time at all for questions from the audience or whether actually we're done. We are past the time. So what I would say is if you have questions, come find us. We're going to be outside. Come ask us questions. We want to answer them. Does anybody have a question? I feel like people are now ready for lunch, so we're going to let you guys do that. But I will have a question for the audience, and feel free to come and talk to us, which is, what have you noticed at your organizations that has made a real change for you, right? In terms of, we're talking about feeling empowered. For me, what it was, having time to be able to look at stuff, having planning time to be able to think strategically and not just be firefighting. I hope that your organizations are giving you this kind of empowerment, whatever you need, because it could be something like using AI and using data. It could be policies. As you said, it could be digital twins. It could be time. It could be resources. It could be paternity leave. Different strokes for different folks. And I look forward to continuing this conversation outside. But back to you, Geeta.
Thank you, thank you. I think very, very interesting discussion, and I really liked what C-Line had to say about what you're doing for the women in the organization, because I think extremely important that women who can really deliver and make change in the world, they do not walk out of the door because it's little difficult to, manage the house and the job. I'm really impressed. Thank you very much. A great panel discussion. And just to let you know, this is being live streamed. So it's not just the audience in the room, but it is also being live streamed, and it will be available on YouTube for you to share it with your own team members or whatever, right? Thank you so much. Can I invite Captain Deepak Mantuja from Naviterra, if he's here in the room, to give away mementos to the panel members? Kindly stay back after this for a group photo. Thank you. Before we break for lunch, here's something close to our hearts, the She of Change magazine, a platform celebrating stories of women shaping the maritime world. Let's watch this inspiring video featuring Dorcas Yona, one of our proud storytellers. And if you would like to be featured in the next edition, write to us before January 2026. Details are available on the Maritime SheEO website. The video, please.
Maritime SheEO launched She of Change and creates inspiring stories of women leaders, student voices, and diversity advocates worldwide. It's a platform to celebrate change and share what's possible in maritime. One of the first companies to spotlight me was Maritime SheEO, and I'm very proud to have been included.
Now we'll break for lunch. And after the lunch break, we will have our next workshop on strategic exploration of holistic sustainability for Maritime India with Sophia Stott, founder and partner, Furtzberg Maritime Advisory. So we'll have the session on strategic exploration of holistic sustainability for Maritime India. And the lunch break is from 1 to 2. We are 15 minutes late. Kindly assemble back by 2 p.m. if you can. Thank you very much. Have a nice lunch.
a long-standing legacy of over 120 years, a vision to provide world-class logistics solutions and transforming supply chains.
Customer first has always been the motto within the Jina family.
This is due to the culture Jina has, which is high in integrity, transparency and innovation.
Every time we talk about the long-established legacy of Jina, it gives us a sense of pride. Being amongst the oldest freight forwarders in the country, Jina has always been looked up as a pioneer and a trendsetter within our industry.
Completed 122 years in the industry, we truly have withstood the test of time, and it is our technocentrism that allows us to do so.
Having seen our fathers and forefathers put service excellence at the pinnacle of everything they did,
and this reflects in all our internal reward policies, thus creating partnerships with our clients rather than opportunistic transactions.
To me, service excellence involves streamlining of various processes and operations in order to ensure a seamless customer experience.
We are at Jina a process-driven organization. Our processes are all built around our customers' requirements, their needs, and we always keep the customer first.
Strategizing and systematic planning results in timely delivery of the critical projects that we secure.
In Jina, we strive for technology-driven financial solutions, which is required for accuracy and transparency.
Freight forwarder industry is always relevant to technology and how technology can be used for service excellence. And that's what we deliver to our customers.
For us, ethics and compliance is a cornerstone of our business, and that runs in the DNA of the company.
Always stay committed to the people first approach.
We have always maintained a family culture relationship with our employees, and with time we see the family expanding and taking Jina to greater heights.
That's the reason we have more than 50% of our population who are more than 10 years in the company.
The motto of Jina is heart counts and not head counts. Standing at this juncture of 122 years, when we look back in time, we truly feel humbled for having evolved as an organization.
This can only be achieved if I could put one word for it: loyalty. Loyalty from our customers, loyalty from our Jina family members, our respected staff.
With its years of legacy and carefully crafted solutions, I envision Jina to be logistics architects of the future with a greater global footprint.
Every ship has a story of voyages, cargoes, and countless horizons. And when its journey ends, a new one begins. We are Bansal Group, India's trusted name in green ship recycling, turning maritime giants into resources that fuel tomorrow's industries. Each ship that lands on the shores of Alang is recycled with care, precision, and purpose. Steel, machinery, and materials are reclaimed, refurbished, and reborn, reducing waste, conserving energy, and nurturing a circular economy. For us, recycling is about restoring balance between industry and environment, between progress and preservation. Our state-of-the-art facility operates under Hong Kong Convention standards and the Indian Recycling of Ships Act, ensuring that every step we take is safe, scientific, and sustainable. Our people are our strength. Behind every recycling project stand trained hands and alert minds, guarding the environment, their colleagues, and the legacy of trust we built. From hazard management to waste segregation, from oil recovery to water treatment, we follow strict protocols to ensure zero contamination and total compliance. We invest in our people, empower communities, and support initiatives in health, education, and environment. Because sustainability begins with humanity. Every piece of recycled steel strengthens the nation's infrastructure. Every responsible act strengthens the planet. And every dawn at Bansal is a reminder that we are recycling hope, purpose, and possibilities. Guided by the vision of Mr. Kapurchand Bansal and the passion of Mr. Rubal Bansal and Mr. Bharat Bansal, the group continues to evolve, driven by integrity, innovation, and impact. Because at Bansal, we don't just see what a ship was, we see what the world can become when we choose to recycle responsibly and build a cleaner, greener tomorrow.
The Sea Line Group, established in 1985, has emerged as the Sri Lankan gateway for global maritime and logistics services through its 25 subsidiaries. The Maritime Division includes the largest crew recruitment and management company in Sri Lanka, a shipping agency catering to all types of vessels including passenger and foreign naval ships calling at all Sri Lankan ports, the leading ship engineering company, and a leading maritime supply and services company with ISO certification, making it a one-stop shop for major ship owners and managers worldwide. The Logistics Division includes a leading freight forwarding arm, a leading transport company with its own fleet of prime movers, exclusive agents for many shipping lines and ocean carriers, a leading cold chain management company, and the #1 laden container yard in Sri Lanka, with modern and efficient container depot services, advanced container handling equipment, and a real-time electronic data interchange system. The Maritime and Logistics Division has the capacity to provide customized total solutions for manufacturing, import, and export giants of the country, enabling the Sea Line Group to be an exclusive shipping and logistics service partner. Sea Line Travels is an IATA certified ticketing and travel agent. Sea Line Travels provides end-to-end travel requirements for seafarers, corporate clients, and fits both in the inbound and outbound space. CINEC, established in 1990, is one of Sri Lanka's largest non-state higher education institutes. CMed Healthcare Services Private Limited is a leading diagnostic service provider in Sri Lanka, with 10 laboratories and over 650 service centres island-wide.
The sea is never the same. That's why we prepare for everything. From bridge to engine room, safety and skill go hand in hand. At MOL, training isn't a phase. It's a mindset, a way to lead, to grow, and to move forward together. On land, we guide from behind the charts, connecting oceans, supporting every voyage. Built on trust. Powered by people. MOL. Your journey starts here.
Presenting Nautical Marine Management Services. Your trusted maritime partners since 1998. We are Maritime Excellence, delivered. For over 25 years, we have set the standard in maritime excellence and delivered confidence at sea, led by master mariners, engineers, operational experts and veterans of the sea, trusted by ship owners, operators, and maritime partners across the world. Our capabilities extend from crew management services, technical management and commercial management of vessels to global logistics, certifications and compliance, as well as on-voyage repair solutions. We deliver precision, trust, and zero downtime to make every operation safer, smarter, and stronger. Certified under ISO, MLC 2006, ISM, and RPSL, we meet the world's toughest standards with readiness for any flag, port, or regulator. Wherever your fleet sails, our systems ensure precision, performance, and peace of mind. Trusted by global maritime leaders, energy majors, and asset managers, we are recognized for excellence, awarded for contribution, and respected worldwide. Beyond compliance, we believe that those who sail the seas deserve peace of mind at shore. We care for the physical, mental, and familial well-being of every seafarer we serve. Our strength is measured by the safety and happiness of those who sail under our watch. At Nautical Marine, equality isn't a goal, it's our culture. We're proud to lead the industry in women empowerment, from integrating young graduates into the workforce to elevating women into command and leadership. Recognized with diversity awards, we're proud to represent Indian maritime excellence on the world stage. At Nautical Marine, talent has no gender, only potential. Nautical Marine Management Services. We are more than a company, we are a family of mariners, united by purpose and driven by care. Nautical Marine Management Services Limited. We are maritime excellence, delivered.
Across the vast oceans of the world, Indian seafarers play a vital role in powering global trade. Standing strong behind them is the National Union of Seafarers of India. Established in 1896, NUSE is one of the oldest and most respected maritime trade unions in Asia, dedicated to protecting the rights and welfare of Indian seafarers for over a century. From negotiating fair wages and working conditions to offering training, legal support, and welfare programs, NUSE is committed to every seafarer's journey, both onshore and offshore. Representing more than 1 lakh seafarers across the country, NUSE is recognized globally for its leadership and partnership with maritime organizations and shipowners. With a strong legacy and a future-focused vision, NUSE continues to be the voice, the shield, and the strength of Indian seafarers. NUSE, from womb to tomb and sometimes beyond.
We live in a constantly changing and complex world. What connects us is global trade. The goods and materials that pass from hand to hand around the world, transformed to fulfill our needs and desires. At PSA, we take pride in helping to make the world smaller and the world economy bigger. With a global network of seaports and inland terminals, and our flagship terminals in Singapore and Antwerp, we move mountains every day. Connecting markets and energizing economies. Half a century of experience in building and managing gateway and hub ports has helped us to hone the act of moving cargo into an art form. World-class port management expertise is the cornerstone of our offering, enabling our customers to move goods with precision and agility, and anticipate the needs of their customers. Our people are diverse, yet united with a common vision and purpose, to be alongside our customers and stakeholders, and to be there for one another. As the world continues to evolve and change, we seek to harness new technologies and build a better and more sustainable world. What if we could reimagine global trade together, combining skills, passion, and technology to grow our fabric of port networks and strengthen our port ecosystems, driven by an understanding of the diverse and changing needs of our customers. PSA is co-creating port and supply chain solutions, supported by digital platforms, and investing in hinterland logistics facilities, enabling you to reach your markets faster, with greater network efficiency, transparency, and more choices for smarter cargo movements. Together, we can transcend disruptions and facilitate seamless flows. Powering trade with greater sustainability for mutual gain. We thrive by connecting communities and empowering our partners with actionable intelligence. Creating value from manufacturer to market to consumer. The world ahead is for the connected. This is the industry we are transforming. This is the world we envision. PSA. Unfold the future of global trade with us.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you all enjoyed your lunch, a mix of Indian, continental, and a bit of Italian or the Western kind of meal. With the desserts, a mix of desserts as well. And I hope it will not be an effort to stay awake because we will have good discussions on the panels. Now we would like to play a video. We have a special video from PSA India, please. Can we have the video played?
We live in a constantly changing and complex world. What connects us is global trade. The goods and materials that pass from hand to hand around the world, transformed to fulfill our needs and desires. At PSA, we take pride in helping to make the world smaller and the world economy bigger. With a global network of seaports and inland terminals, and our flagship terminals in Singapore and Antwerp, we move mountains every day. Connecting markets and energizing economies. Half a century of experience in building and managing gateway and hub ports has helped us to hone the act of moving cargo into an art form. World-class port management expertise is the cornerstone of our offering, enabling our customers to move goods with precision and agility, and anticipate the needs of their customers. Our people are diverse, yet united with a common vision and purpose: to be alongside our customers and stakeholders, and to be there for one another. As the world continues to evolve and change, we seek to harness new technologies and build a better and more sustainable world. What if we could reimagine global trade together, combining skills, passion, and technology to grow our fabric of port networks and strengthen our port ecosystems, driven by an understanding of the diverse and changing needs of our customers? PSA is co-creating port and supply chain solutions, supported by digital platforms, and investing in hinterland logistics facilities, enabling you to reach your markets faster with greater network efficiency, transparency, and more choices for smarter cargo movements. Together, we can transcend disruptions and facilitate seamless flows. Powering trade with greater sustainability for mutual gain. We thrive by connecting communities and empowering our partners with actionable intelligence. Creating value from manufacturer to market to consumer. The world ahead is for the connected. This is the industry we are transforming. This is the world we envision. PSA. Unfold the future of global trade with us.
Now let's see a video on Isabella Tatu, who has been a mentor with Maritime SheEO. Here's what she had to say. You can also apply to be a mentor or a mentee by visiting the mentorship page on Maritime SheEO website. The video, please.
Maritime SheEO mentorship program connects young girls and women in different stages of their career with industry veterans and experts who stand out just like me. Guidance, support are given throughout the process that literally changes careers and lives. This year alone, we have connected over 50 mentees with 19 mentors. I had the honor and privilege to be part of this program, and I've been supporting a couple of my mentees where resources have been offered using the community platform. I'd like to say a big thank you to Sanjam and Tenance for creating this amazing program, and wish you all to have an amazing conference. Thank you for having me.
Are we okay to have a mentee quiz, please? Some fun and excitement before we go on to the next program. The QR code should be visible. Do you all have the QR code? Can we show the QR code, please? Or you'll have to, all right. Okay, use the code. It says use the code. And the question is, on a scale of 1 to 10, how diverse do you believe today's maritime boardrooms are? Yeah, the QR code is there. Please scan it. Okay, please go back to the other one. This is not the, you can use the number, yeah. एक मिनट रिजल्ट आ जाने दो. I think it definitely calls for some improvement. On a scale of 1 to 10, we are below 5. But as long as we agree that it needs change, and people in this room will bring in that change, I hope. Oops, it's dropped below 4. Should we stop, or will it hit 2 or less than 2? Oh, somebody has belief that there is diversity. Are we all done? So there are people who believe it is there, and there are people who believe we need change. Great. I think the general consensus is that change is required, and we, the people, will bring in that change. Let's clap for ourselves, please, as we agree on it. Thank you very much. Next, we'll go in for a panel discussion. Our next conversation dives into a topic that's transforming corporate culture across the seas. Boardroom diversity, where are we now? So that's exactly what we're going to discuss now. As boardroom diversity fosters innovation, creativity, and a better understanding of customer insights through a greater variety of problem-solving approaches, perspectives, and ideas. Powered by Campbell Johnston Clark, is the boardroom diversity, where are we now? May I call the panel members, please? Chris Hall, Managing Director, SCB Management Consulting Services Limited. Karen Avellino, Senior VP, Cruise Operations, Philippine Transmarine Careers Incorporation. Gillian Carson Jackson, Managing Director, JCJ Consulting. Kathleen Haynes, Lead Independent Director, Genco Shipping and Trading. Jacqueline Zalapa, Campbell Johnston Clark. And moderated by Annette Holt, Country Manager, Kongsberg Maritime.
Okay, so then I think we start. Could we take down the music also? I will just jump closer. It was jump closer. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session on boardroom diversity. Where are we now? Diversity at board levels is not just a question of fairness. It's a question of better governance, stronger credibility, and long-term business success. In the maritime sector, we often talk about innovation, sustainability, and resilience, but those can truly thrive when decision-making includes diverse voices and perspectives. I'm delighted to moderate this conversation with a distinguished panel of leaders who bring experience from across governance, operations, consulting, and law. So together with me today, I have Chris Hall. Chris is a New York licensed lawyer with over 26 years of marine experience and served as a managing director of the American P&I Club in Hong Kong. He champions diversity, corporate wellness, and psychological safety, and proudly supports women's advancements in shipping, highlighted by the club's appointment of Dorothea Ianu as the first female CEO among the international group club members. That's good. And Karen is a strong advocate for diversity in maritime, driving initiatives that empower women to advance into leadership and seafaring roles. At Philippine Transmarine Carriers, she promotes mentorships and career development to expand opportunity for women across the industry. And then Gillian, she started her career as a seafarer in the 1980s. Now, 40 years later, you started quite young. So she remains passionate about maritime and is committed to promoting diversity in every aspect of the industry. And then Kathleen, she began her career in public accounting before moving into the maritime industry in New York. Her strong financial expertise has led to board positions in both non-for-profit and publicly-listed organizations. She now serves as the lead director at Genco Shipping and Trading, where she champions governance, excellence, and gender diversity in leadership. So thank you all for being here, and it's a privilege to have such a wealth of experience around the table into the topic we are going to discuss. So to set the stage, I would like to start broadly. And I would ask all of you, and be short, brief, if possible. So I will ask, I will start with you, Chris. Where do you feel we stand today on boardroom diversity in maritime? And are we seeing true progress or still incremental change?
Thank you. I don't know if I'm the best one to start if you want to be short, but I'll try. Yeah, I think the answer is that we're having true incremental change, which is a mixed blessing, right? So we are seeing change. It's going up and to the right, the graph, but it's a very shallow graph. It's not going like this. It's going like that. And maybe that's to be expected with any social progress, but there's room for improvement. And anybody who's hasn't seen this is the IMO WISTA Women in Maritime Survey 2024. This is the second one that's been done. The first was 2021, and now 3 years later. So now we can look at trend lines. And for board representation, women on boards, we've gone up from 28% to 34%, which is great. But there's, it's not all positive. It's mixed results by country, by sector, and there's room to grow. And I think we'll be talking about that as more on the panel.
Thank you. So then, you have a mic, Karen? You're sitting on it. Yeah.
Okay, at this point in time, I would say that there's really an even distribution, okay? I'll give you an example. There are two sectors that we have to consider. We have to consider cruise and cargo. It's not just basically cargo. I'm also, I'd like to advise everyone that in our company, for example, about 64% of our 2,700 employees are women. So that's a high percentage. And even on the top 4, there are 3 women and only 1 man. Okay? So basically, in terms of the cruise, we deploy 1 out of every 5 women on the cruise lines, which means that we've already deployed about 14,500 Filipino women on board. On the cargo sector, it's a little bit different because we're still struggling because of some frictions that we will discuss later. But nevertheless, I do hope that in the future it would not be segment sector, but it would be all across different industries. So it's still uneven, it's still fragile at the moment.
Thank you. Then Gillian.
Thank you. And I actually was reading that Women in Maritime survey, and there was a very disturbing number actually within that, because the survey found that just 19% of the workforce right now comprises of women. That's overall. And 3 years ago, it was 26%. So from that point of view, it's going backwards. Although the positions were looking better, so we have some board members, but I am very concerned about the future, because where are the future leaders going to come from? They're from those other areas of the workforce. So if we are seeing gentle incremental change, I have concerns that we might actually be going backwards in the future because we don't have enough women in the feeder avenues to get up there. But I think we're going to get into that a little bit later as well.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. And Kathleen.
Well, I have to give a plug for Genco because we now actually have 50% women on our board. When I joined the board, I was the only woman, and then when we were looking for a new board member, they asked me to turn to WISTA and suggest some people, so we added a second, and then just last year we added a third person who is actually of Indian descent. She is a U.S. citizen, but she's of Indian descent. So anyway, again, have to give kudos that we are walking the talk. But according to Deloitte's study, 23% of board members around the world in all industries are women. So there is still work to be done, but I think it is improving, and the more women who are on boards can suggest other women, and it expands the group from the good old boy network, as we call it, to knowing other people who might be qualified also.
Yeah, thanks. Jacqueline, welcome.
Hi, thank you, and apologies for my tardy arrival. I was actually sitting, I was on time, but it appears I was in the wrong room. Right, where do we feel we stand today? I completely agree, Gillian, with what you said. We're not seeing true progress. At best, I believe we're seeing incremental change. Just as Chris noted, the curve is not this. It is at best this, or as Gillian said, it may be tipping downwards. Now, the reasons we're seeing incremental change, if indeed we are, is because there's no one single cause to attribute this to. The problem is very complex, isn't it? But one of the overarching reasons is that major transformation is required. There's no simple fix here. There's no band-aid to place over this issue. And one of the key aspects to transformation is to mindsets. It's the way we think. It's the way people around us think, in particularly sitting at the top of the tree at board level. But as well, it's not just in the workplace that needs a change to mindsets. I think almost every woman in this room will agree with me. We need changes of mindsets in the home as well, don't we? Incremental change, I think it's at best where we are, and it's visible. We can see it. It's not intangible. We can see it in front of us. And that's whether it's in the commercial, legal or insurance sectors. And just briefly, before I wrap up on this issue, the London legal market, the overall percentage of female law firm partners stands at between 20 to 30%. And we're not talking about a pipeline issue. We're not talking about low female enrolment in law schools. Most junior lawyers in law firms, at least in the London legal market, are females. Yet we're not seeing the mobility that we should be seeing. And there is a common thread. All I would add, this is not just something that I've observed in the London legal market. I'm a tri-qualified lawyer in 3 international jurisdictions and have practiced extensively in each of them. I've seen this inside law firms in London, which is my home. I've seen it inside law firms in New York when I practiced before the New York Bar. And if you haven't guessed by my accent, I've seen this at home in Sydney, in Australia. So this is a common problem that's running throughout.
Thank you. So I think what we see is that it is improving, but of course we have a long way to go. So, but someone has come a bit far than others. So, but I think when we talk about diversity, the value of diversity, since research shows that diversity also brings profit, so of course the businesses should definitely think about that as well, to bring profit into the business, not only just diversity. So, but Chris, from your governance work, what tangible impacts have you seen when boards come more diverse?
From my own experience and from reviewing the research, which is growing, not just here, but lots of academic research, there's no doubt that diversity in boards of all sorts, diversity of all sorts is good, including gender diversity. I think the results are a little bit mixed when it comes to the bottom line financials, but where they're not mixed, where there's clear, consistent growth, positive correlation, and this is based on a number of meta-studies, studies of studies, is more about how the board works together as a team. It's more about process. And I think this is really interesting because this is not an argument in terms of tokenism or just like we should do this because it's fair. We should do it because it's fair. But we're also doing it because it brings actual, real good outcomes. And what are those outcomes? There's the studies we're looking at better innovation, more innovative, and when we look at shipping, a lot of the future is all about innovation, right? So this is a time for women to join boards. This is a time for diversity generally on boards. You have greater disclosure to shareholders and to stakeholders. You have greater transparency. You also have greater corporate social performance, and the SDGs are looked after better when women are on boards. So these are all obvious gains, right, in terms of better outcome. And in terms of why, there's a mechanism which I described on a similar panel for Maritime SheEO about 2-3 years ago. You might remember. Catherine Phillips is a professor at Columbia who sadly passed away of breast cancer. I didn't know that, but she was a pioneer in looking at diversity and particularly gender diversity within business and on boards. And she has a neat little catchphrase which sums it all up. It's diversity jolts cognition, harder process, better outcomes. So, you know, diversity, we're all in a room with a bunch of different people. We have to think harder. We have to assess our own biases more. We have to prepare more for being challenged, possibly. It's not just gender diversity, it's all diversity. It can be visible and invisible diversity. And so it makes us think harder. It wakes us up. So the process might be a little bit more uncomfortable, but the outcome is better. And that's what leads to the 3 or 4 obvious gains that I mentioned before.
And then that brings me to you, Kathleen, because it is something about the quality of the decisions. So you serve on different boards, and how has diversity influenced the decisions in the boards where you participate?
Well, I have to echo what Chris said, that I mean, it does bring a different perspective. And actually, the CEO just remarked recently about how good it is in the boardroom now that people speak, everyone speaks their mind. Not controversial, but just gives another point of view. But I also wanted to point out about the earnings that Elf Beauty, I don't know if it's around the world, but they are publishing, they've started a group called the Board Change Game. And they had a study performed, and it said that 15% higher ROE if women are on boards, and 50% reduction in earnings risk. So that's pretty big. So that should, and fewer lawsuits. Companies experience fewer lawsuits. So that should be helpful to the P&I clubs. You know, if
Makes
that's
sense
true.
to me.
If
Makes
that's
sense.
true. So I think it's really, you know, but the culture, you did mention that. What's important is if you're considering joining a board, or if you're looking for someone to join your board, they have to fit in. They don't have to be the same kind of person, but they, you know, you do work together. So the culture and how you view things is pretty important.
Yeah, great. And of course, then you're talking about inclusive leadership.
Yes.
To be inclusive. And Gillian, you also has that close to your heart. And how can it help traditional maritime structures evolve towards modern governance, looking at this inclusiveness?
And of course, I think we actually had a whole panel on inclusive leadership, I think just last session. Inclusive leadership is critical because it is exactly what it says. It is an opportunity to be transformational. It can, just as we heard from our keynote, one of our keynote speeches, this idea about it's more than converging policies. It's all about changing lives. And if you have inclusive leadership, then you actually have a leadership that changes lives. And it does accept all types of diversity, gender diversity. It can include neurodiversity. And as Chris has mentioned, it's not necessarily about taking the easy path. It's about taking the right path. And that's what inclusive leadership can lead you towards, because you have, you know, to quote good old De Bono and his 6 thinking hats, you've got all of the different angles that are being looked at. You've got the creative, you've got the policy, you've got the factual. And yes, you need to have those naysayers that say, no, it's not going to work, because that's how you get the better responses. So for me, inclusive leadership is about feeling valued, about feeling respected, and going to that, you know, the psychological safety, and Amy Edmonston and the work that she has done around that. It is all about psychosocial health and safety. And in Australia, actually, in our workplace health and safety, a couple of years ago, they built into that, every workplace has to address psychosocial health and psychological safety. And so it's not just a good thing to do, inclusive leadership, it's the law. And we must be addressing that psychological safety. There's no choice. And that will mean we'll have those better outcomes, we'll have that bottom line, and we'll have better discussions, we'll have better decisions that are made with a more future vision, rather than within our own echo chamber.
I cut you off, Chris. It looked like you wanted to comment something that Kathleen said.
As the one guy on this panel, I don't want to engage in gender stereotyping, but there's research to suggest under the name of collective intelligence that when women are on boards or in leadership capacity, there's greater social sensitivity, and that can lead to balanced turn-taking, right? And I'm a guy, but I've been in rooms before with other very loud-mouthed guys who, just kind of dominate the whole thing. And, so it's not limited to diverse genders. It can just be certain people are a certain way. And apparently, when women are in these positions, you have this greater sensitivity and greater turn-taking. And that then leads to the greater solution space, right? You're expanding beyond this into something larger, where the best answer might be over here. And without that freedom or that psychological safety to go into the weeds a bit, you wouldn't come to maybe the best solution. So I think I agree with everything you've said. Yeah.
Yes, and then that brings us into some barriers and challenges, because it is some challenges with this. So then Karen, you lead operations globally. What are the key barriers you see that still prevent women from reaching board level roles?
Okay, the barrier is not about competence, because a lot of women, we have already proven that we can lead and we can perform. The barriers are basically structural, systemic, and cultural. Let's face it, okay, the policies and work environment in the vessels were actually designed around men, not women. So even the contracts, even the safety gears and accommodations, it's really designed for men, okay? When it comes to women, this is a solid example, very minor, but it also proves the point that about the design. When we have PPEs on board, none of them are the size of women. Okay, it's basically the size of men, just wanting to let us know that you were not expected to be here. Okay, that's one point. Okay, and then there's also the barrier on access and visibility. Okay, in the boardroom level, for example, it's actually who you know. Okay, it's not about your competence because you can prove it, but it's who you know. Normally, there's a circle, and most of those that are chosen are within the circle of men, and which the women are left behind. Okay, and this is why also we as women, the noted concept for women is that most women cannot actually design themselves to accommodate both family life and career at sea. Admittedly, it must be difficult. And this is also the reason why the women who are qualified would also step back. And this is what we did in our company. We designed a mentorship program that would actually help women resolve these issues. And also, aside from the mentorship, we made sure that we have also designed contracts that would be more flexible on their side, not favoring, it's just the flexibility, and of course, the access to leadership and training aspects. So that's what we did, and hopefully, these frictions can be prevented and will not hamper the growth of women in the industry.
Like you have something to add on.
Yes, I agree with Karen that a lot of being on a board is who you know. I mean, frankly, that's how I got on a board, but I was sort of fortunate in that there's not that many women CFOs of publicly listed shipping companies. And when someone needs an audit committee chair, it's easy to, they have to have certain qualifications. So that's how I started on the board. So the important thing is to expand your network, come to events like this, meet people, and sometimes that's hard to do, go up to people you don't know, but that is one path towards it. And also, I think in the future, we have new things coming, cybersecurity, AI, all this stuff that really the boards are not completely equipped to handle. So that should be the next step.
Could I just jump in one point on that Karen mentioned as well, and that's, I think it was also mentioned by Jacqueline in her opening statement, and it's about the family. So it's not just about the women on board, it's about the support from the family. And I think that was a really, really good point that you brought out, that often it might not be that the woman is not qualified or not doesn't want to be on the board, it's just that there is a family aspect to it, and I think we need to take a look at the changing roles. You know, I would not be able to be here if I did not have an amazing husband who stayed home with the children for 15 years and looked after them. But not everyone is this lucky, because we have this societal expectation within families. So kudos to you for the work that you've done there within your family. And thank you for raising it also, Jacqueline.
And then Jacqueline, Karen mentioned about structural and policy changes, or that hindered barriers for diversity in the boards. So from your perspective, what changes do you think is needed for having more diversity?
Look, simply we need to make boards accountable for diversity, don't we? It's all well and good to have policies that write down what ought to happen, but ultimately we need to have accountability, not just compliance on paper. So this means that there needs to be structural, legal, and cultural changes. The latter in both spheres, work and at home. For example, maybe we could start with a twofold strategy that every parent adopts in their house on a daily basis. I certainly do with my daughters. Firstly, incentives for action. Secondly, consequences for inaction. It doesn't need to be too complicated. So if we look at what could be some incentives for action here, well, boards will act what they're measured on, won't they? So let's set clear diversity targets. In other words, let's make gender diversity, and I know I'm speaking about gender diversity primarily, I know, Chris, you mentioned there's other forms, but let's just face the pink elephant in the room. The key aspect here is gender diversity. So in other words, make gender diversity a board KPI, not just a CSR statement. And when setting diversity targets, I've heard targets proposed at board level, and I've sat on a number of boards in my legal career, of 30 to 40% will be pretty good. Why? That's less than half. If we're aiming for true diversity and we want to see true progress, shouldn't 50% be our benchmark? And just another example that some of you may be aware of in the room, the US Supreme Court is made up of 9 judges. The late Ruth Bader Ginsburg, a lawyer and Associate Justice of the US Supreme Court, she was once asked, when will there be enough women on the US Supreme Court? And she famously replied, as I said, they're made up of 9 judges. And Ruth Ginsburg said, I'll be satisfied when there are 9. So in her view, she said, for most of history, the court was comprised all of men. No one questioned that argument. So I'm not proposing we aim for complete 100% women, as proposed by Ruth Bader Ginsburg of the US Supreme Court, but surely 50% is not too much to ask for. And very briefly, consequences for inaction. Let's bring in mandatory public disclosure. And by this I mean transparency, requiring companies to publicly report upon the gender composition of their board and leadership. Retention rates of women. And some people might gasp that I'm even suggesting this, but making this information visible in the public domain, it ought to increase pressure from stakeholders, as you mentioned, Chris, from shareholders, from employees, from regulators and the media. In other words, reputational risks. Yes, I'll close there.
I think, if I may say something, that if you look at Weber Research, they actually list the governance of publicly listed shipping companies around the world, and they do count how many women are on the board. That's just one of the criteria.
But what size personnel? There needs to be considerable size before that disclosure is required, is there not?
It's not required. That's two different things. This is Weber Research, who just does it themselves, and they dig down. But then, of course, if you're a publicly listed company in the U.S. of any size, you have to disclose your complete board. And it's voted on, by the way, by the shareholders are the ones. So if the shareholders are not happy with the board composition, they'll let you know. And really, of course, it comes down to you're supposed to be a profitable business. So again, if the increase in ROE pans out, then everyone should be quite happy.
Well, that's great to hear, and I think the UK could learn a bit off the US in that regard. Chris?
Yeah, just to round things out, I'm absolutely fine with a 50-50 board split for the avoidance of doubt. But
I think we should go for 80-20.
Can you sense I'm being careful here?
I know you are, Chris. I know you are.
Yeah. But Gillian, in her intro, mentioned a 19% global women workforce point. So we need to, it's more than just the board. It's the pipeline that leads to the board. And I did a little research on the numbers. So the world population is 50-50, men, women, more or less. The global workforce right now, global, 60-40, men to women. The developed world, 54% men, 46% women. So I think those are kind of useful guidelines to suggest what the pipelines might be in different places.
Yeah. I completely agree, Chris, in respect of seafaring. Absolutely, there's no question there. There's less than 1%. But if we're looking at the legal, insurance, and commercial sector, I see no shortage of women.
100%.
No shortage at all.
Yeah.
But I do agree, we're talking about the maritime industry. In the seafaring context, of course, there's a pipeline shortage, but certainly not in law, certainly not in insurance, certainly not in the commercial sphere.
Agree.
I think in commercial side of shipping, there is a shortage. If you look at operations and chartering people.
I guess it depends on who we work with, but I work, a lot of the instructions I receive and work with, experts, in-house counsel are women.
Oh, in-house counsel, no doubt. Lawyers and accountants, that's the path women tend to take. But I'm talking more on the coming from the sea,
ground,
which, you know, there you only have 2%.
Yeah, no, look,
23%.
I agree. There's
different
facets, I do agree, but some I think we can certainly see there's no pipeline shortage. Others elsewhere possibly, but many not.
But, sorry, with that pipeline shortage, though, what if we had, as you mentioned, some quotas, some requirements, and then we actually had the visibility there, and we had that angle for people to lead to and to look at?
Yeah, you're bang on, Gillian. Getting some numbers on the table.
There's so much enthusiasm in this in this panel, and I think so we don't run out of time. But and Chris, I will give you the word afterwards. But I think if we look ahead, and what you're saying is that Chris, you say that it's like 50% of the population is divided by men and female. But then, Gillian, what about the training? How should we develop and skill and train the females to take on these positions?
I think it's critical, but I have a question for everybody here. How many women here are on boards, besides anybody on the panel? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Excellent. How many women would like to be on a board? Who aren't? We got a much larger number. How many of you have been trained to be on a board? How many of you received training on what to do on a board? Oh, wonderful, 2. I think we saw 2 out of all those hands we had. So this concept of training and preparing women to be able to put themselves forward for boards, there's not much out there, because you know, I wanted to be on a board, and I found a place. I knew somebody, and I got on the board of as a trustee of ISWAN, which is amazing, and with you. So we have an opportunity, but we don't have this concept of progress or this concept of education or training or some sort of visibility. I did do a little bit of research, and I did find out that there is an organization, and this is an organization I'm very, I joined into to get a little bit of knowledge about what does it mean to be on a board. You sign these legal documents. If you're on a board in the UK, you sign a lot of legal documents. So you need to understand what you're getting into. And there is an organization called Women on Boards. It's a wonderful organization, founded in Australia in 2006. It's in the UK now from 2012. And it helps to recognize the need for a pathway. So we go back to that pipeline. We need women who want to be on boards. And again, can I have the hands up of women who want to be on a board? And so we've got a lot of people. They've got a lot to offer. But now we need a pathway to provide them with that education, that training, the knowledge. So I think we could do mentoring. We have these organizations called Women on Boards, and please check out the websites. There's a lot of information out there. And we need to be supported from the concept of allies and allyship. I'll go back into allyship, and we have a great ally on the board here with us on the panel. But we have this need to ensure that the women who have the vision, have the knowledge, have the competence, also have the opportunity. And right now, we are not in an avenue, we don't have a pathway that leads to women on boards.
Gillian, if I could also mention, a great organization is WISTA. You can, when you join that, there's usually opportunities to be on your local country board. They're always looking for volunteers, students. So it's a great training ground.
It's a very good training ground, yeah.
Also joining not-for-profit boards. They can come with a price tag, I must say, but they can be good training grounds.
But you can also look around and see where are the women. So hands up again, those women who are on boards. Okay, we got a couple there. So those who want to be on a board, look around, pick somebody, go talk to them, because we need to have, and then men too. Yes, men on boards here, please put your hands up, because you're our allies. We need to be able to see it, that people are on boards, women are on boards, to believe it, that we can go and do it in order for us to be able to achieve it. So it.
I don't think it's by purpose.
But it's more than just seeing other women on boards. It's actually believing that you have an opportunity to do that, and then we can achieve it.
Great. So then do what Gillian said. In the next pause, find somebody to network with. But I think when we then have people that are interested, they're trained. So Chris, what could search firms and nomination committees do differently to widen the talent pipeline?
Yeah. Do you remember just 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, I said that when women get on boards, there is more process, there's more structure. Well, the way to get more women on boards is also to have more process. And I really like this because it gets away from the dark, smoky room and this kind of informality of like, oh, we went to the same college or university together. You know, gets into something a little bit more modern, a little bit more data-driven, a little bit more outcome-oriented. So there's 4 or 5 things that add more process to having more women on board. Boards. One is to publish a board's skill and experience matrix. And I think that boards already probably do this, but the idea is to make this a tool to really filling the gap. So what do we have on the board already, and what do we need? When you have a homogeneous, similar board, you have a lot of the same thing covered more than once. When you have a more diverse board, you have more diverse skills, right? So it shouldn't be a surprise that when you use this tool, you get more women on boards without a mandate. It's just because women fill the role that would be better. In addition to that, balanced slates. So this is, again, it's not a mandate, and I'm not against a mandate. I'm just trying to say that this is a different way that is just fair. It's just directly kind of outcome oriented, so it can get even people who aren't necessarily oriented toward this on board, because they're just like, well, it's going to be a better board. So you have a balanced slate, 50-50, men, women, on the long list and on the short list. And you have a comply or explain rule, so that if you don't have 50-50, the people putting the slate together have to explain why. And then the company can say, well, that's not a good reason. Go try harder. And I quite like that as well. Structured assessments. So instead of just having a chit-chat over a golden cup of coffee about our university football team or something, we're having a scenario related to a business problem, right? How would you answer this? It's the same question, the same scenario for literally everybody who is coming as a possible board candidate. And then you have a rubric, right? So you have the answers kind of figured out in advance, what you would expect. And then you grade each person. So this is as fair as it gets, right? You can even anonymize this, at least on the first round, where you don't even know if it's a man or a woman. You have no idea who they are, what their background is. And then you can say, well, this person really nailed the answer. They would be good. Who's that? And then you can take it to the next round. And the research shows that this process gets more women on boards. It's like a win-win, you know? Refreshment, meaning replacing people on the boards. Don't keep people on the boards for, you know, forever or 20 years. I mean, nobody does that. But you have a policy in line that has vacancies come up so that you have more opportunity to replenish it with more women because you're adopting these other strategies. And finally, it's been highlighted a couple times, transparency. Publish all this stuff. All of it in the annual reports. Put it in all of these reports from IMO and WISTA. You know, who's on the long list? Who's on the short list? What's the hit rate? What are we getting to? You know, over time, you begin to develop a trend. And with these these structural changes, you end up with more diversity and more women on boards.
Perhaps we can add exposure, like an equal opportunity or exposure with men and women, because sometimes there are activities that are limited to men, but you know, women cannot get in. So, you know, something like that.
Yeah, and then also, Karen, about mentorships and sponsorships. It also comes off NOP, and how could they be made international?
Okay. Mentorship and sponsorship are actually powerful tools as long as they're intentional and as long as they're structured, okay? In the company, we don't just actually pair mentors and mentees. We make sure that a KPI is established there and it's accountability, okay? Whenever we partner people, like a manager or a senior officer with a junior officer or, you know, a newbie, a cadet, we make sure that they don't just advise. They should actually open doors and open opportunities for the ones that they're mentoring, okay? It's you know, advice is nothing if you're not going to make them go to a certain position, okay? We also engage with Women in Maritime Philippines and All Aboard Alliance, wherein all activities go beyond, you know, the doors that we have at the moment. When we actually partnered with Women in Maritime Philippines, our senior and junior officers actually guide the cadets. The senior officers provides all the details for them to be able to build their career path. The junior officers are able to encourage them that whatever challenges that they have been experiencing, they went through it with flying colors. And this can be an inspiration to the newbies. And this is the reason why a lot of our cadets are now able to pursue, you know, a higher level. Those who started with us in 2008 as cadets, some of them are now masters, some of them are now chief engineers, okay? And we're very proud of that. And we also, by the way, do not exclude male, because the male mentors are also very strong in terms of giving advices to our cadets. It's actually not about gender, it's about creating understanding and shared advocacy. So intentional mentorship transforms diversity from an HR talking point into a sustainable leadership pipeline. Thank you.
Yeah, good. So then, Jacqueline, from the legal perspective, how can legal advisors influence their clients to strengthen diversity commitments?
Look, that's a really interesting question, and I have to say it's the question I thought about the most. Influencing clients to strengthen diversity commitments, it needs to be strategic. Whilst we can lead by example, we're clearly not. But the reality is, we can't take a blunt instrument to this, and this is not limited to the question, it's overall. But in the context of the question, how can legal advisors influence their clients to strengthen diversity? There needs to be some pragmatism to realise that the client holds sway over this commercial relationship, because it's the client which determines which lawyer and which law firm to instruct. And in my experience, the best way to influence a client to strengthen their diversity commitments is to show them how diversity can reduce risk. Because that reduction of risk is something that all my clients, specifically at the highest levels of governance, are very concerned about on a day-to-day basis is risk. Somebody mentioned earlier linking diversity commitments to fewer harassment claims or improving retention. That's a few more examples. But if we flip this question, I think clients can influence their lawyers to strengthen their diversity commitments. This is because they hold the whip, and they can exert considerable pressure on law firms. And it's not complicated. Before instructing a law firm, if I was a GC in-house, I'd ask a law firm to provide their diversity metrics as part of my consideration of retaining them to assist. I'd want to know what percentage of your women are at partnership level, what percentage of women sit on your executive committee. What's your pay equity data, guys? I'll keep it confidential, but I want to see it. Retention and promotion data. And linking, this is a little crude, so do forgive me, but linking further work opportunities to strengthening diversity commitments. In other words, giving more work to the law firms that are not just paying lip service to this, but which the client can witness and see. Because loss of revenue for a law firm would be quite an effective remedy here. And I think we would see the glacial speed at which things are moving turn up a few knots if these type of bold measures were included. And just to conclude, I was speaking with a GC in the London market of a pretty big fit-out that's a woman, happens to be a friend of mine. We don't work together, so I got all the gossip over Avino. But she told me in no uncertain terms, will she instruct a law firm that does not have a female partner on her case? And it's bold efforts like that. She's open and direct about it with the firms, and she deals with the firms at the white glove firms. But she's has enough gumption to lay it out on the table and say, this is my expectations. Can you meet them?
Fantastic. And I really know, I think it's the Grieg, the company, a shipping company in Norway, they also have the same. They don't work, they don't work with the law firms with not female partners. So it is a measure to take. So Kathleen, for the boards just starting the journey, what one practical step that I could take beyond compliance?
I just think reaching out to their network, looking, again, we do the same thing, what kind of positions might be lacking on the board. The last time we looked for someone, besides wanting to add one more female, we wanted someone from the commercial side, from our the cargo area. So when we instructed the headhunter, which was the first time we actually used a headhunter, but to please look for this kind of person. So, maybe starting out with a headhunter, if you're really starting on the journey, would be the best because it can broaden your horizon. Otherwise, you're looking to your same group.
Fantastic.
Got a bell here.
Yeah. So how much minutes are left? 5 minutes. Okay, good. So then I think we need to start to round up. So I was just one question to all of you. So if we look 5 years ahead, what would a success story of boardroom diversity look in the maritime industry to you? So we'll start with you, Chris.
I was going to say 40% of women on boards, but I'm going to go with 50%.
Yeah.
A popular opinion.
Excellent, excellent.
Yeah, and actually, I did look at the breakdowns by sector. It is much higher in some sectors, but so let's say 40%. But the pipeline is an issue. So I think we need more women in the C-suite, more women in the C-suite that are dealing with profit and loss, because that is often one of the paths to the boards. And I don't know that we addressed it too much, but apparently the pipeline of women at sea is, according to this, 1%. And so I would say let's widen that pool to 3%, or 4%. There are 5% sea cadets that are women. So some things, there's a difference, right? So let's get that up. And a way to do that is paid parental leave, shore options, return to sea pathways, standard across top employers to keep, to attract women in and to keep them there into mid-career all the way to the board.
Thank you. Karen, short from you.
Success story for me is that when I enter the room, we don't anymore count the number of women that are here. The number becomes natural and normal. Okay, that's the success. And 5 years from now, I would like to see women who are now board members, and not only that, they're not there to be present, but they lead the discussions on digitalization, decarbonization, and what have you in the maritime industry. And perhaps 5 years from now also, we would see a lot of chief engineers that are women, a lot of captains, a lot of those who come from deck to the boardroom, etc. In other words, there are opportunities for us. Let's not waste it.
Fantastic. Gillian.
It's hard to follow those two already. But success in 5 years, Chris, I think from a sea-going point of view, I want to see 29, 30%, female representation at sea. But that's not going to represent on the board. So success in the boardroom, I think for me in 5 years, is that there are programs, there are pathways, and there are focused mentorship programs that will bring women into boards, and that you maybe bring a buddy to the board sort of concept, so that you actually bring someone into the boardroom with you if you are on a board, and if you want to be on the board, that you have an opportunity to have that pathway, that learning. It is an organic process, but again, if each one of us here makes an effort to bring someone into the board, onto the board, so that we have that within 5 years, I think you're going to see a true change, not an incremental change, possibly backwards, but maybe actually going the right way.
Fantastic.
Again, I'll quote Deloitte's study that there's 23% women on boards overall, but they think it's difficult to reach parity by 2038, which I don't know where the 2038 came from, but that's their study. But I agree with Gillian that, if we can set examples, help people get the right education. In the US, for example, there are a lot of groups that give you training to be on a board, some of which cost money, some of which do not, but they all cost your time and your effort. And so, it's just not going to happen by magic. You need to work at it yourself. And again, network, expand your network, not just with people who are exactly like you, but branch out.
Great. Jacqueline.
Okay, I'm going to answer this just in one sentence. I know we're short of time. And I'm going to read it verbatim because I scribbled it down this morning as I was having my coffee. I'd like to link compensation of board members to diversity targets to drive a company's investment in developing female leadership pipelines. Simple as that. Link diversity targets to board's compensation.
Fantastic. So thanks to you all for sharing your insights and experience. For me, it was about, we were talking about KPIs, visibility, accountability, and for me now B2B has a different meaning. It's bring a buddy to the board. So thank you all.
Thank you for that wonderful session. I think the key takeaways remain that gender diversity should become a KPI for the board members. There should be transparency in the board about the membership there, and building pipeline of women in the boardroom. Fantastic points today. May I request all of you to be here, and may I request Mr. Frederick, Consul, Norwegian Consulate, Mumbai, to come and present mementos, please. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Would like to share this information that Dr. Joanna Eugenie will be conducting a workshop on presenting with impact, voice, presence, and persuasion for leaders in studio number 5 at 3:40 p.m. So those of you who would like to attend that, may please proceed there. Now, I take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, Trailblazer partner, All Cargo, logistics partner, JW, logistics partner, Gina & Company, automation partner, Blue Eclair, Get Charge partner, Goodrich Maritime, legal partner, Bose & Mitra & Company, lanyard partner, SAGT, gifting partner, MSC Crewing, gifting partner, MSC Agency, comfort partner, C-SPAN, inclusive crew partner, Maersk Line, marine payment solutions partner, Neptune Global Solutions, and Decremet, supporting partner, Bansal Group. Now, before we move on to the next program, can we have a mentee poll, please? As we always do, kindly scan the QR code. And the question is, in one word, how can augmented reality change maritime? A bit of a strain on the brain. You'll have to think of that one word which will change augmented reality, or augmented reality will change maritime. Efficient, indeed. Big time, yes. How will augmented reality change maritime? Today's need quicker, indeed. Diversity, okay. I'm not too sure if it's amplification here. Robust. Shalaka? Thank you very much. Now we move to the next panel discussion. And the topic is Augmented Intelligence, the next level of diversity in maritime leadership. AI and analytics are changing how decisions are made, from boardrooms to bridges. How can leaders combine human intuition and machine intelligence to make better, more diverse decisions? Let's welcome our panelists. Maha Rahman, General Manager, Ascot Fitch Insurance Brokerage LLC. Captain Dhruv Swane, co-founder Shipcart. Moderated by Ankush Saxena, Associate Partner, KPMG.
Good afternoon. Am I audible? Okay, so thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to be part of this session. Just to give a brief about KPMG. My name is Ankush Saxena. I am an associate partner with KPMG, and I lead the transportation and logistics practice of KPMG. For last 20 years now, and as I say, I've been eating, drinking, sleeping, transportation. That's the passion I have for this particular sector. So what we have done is that we have divided this. I think first of all, it's important to understand what is augmented intelligence. The topic is augmented intelligence, the next level of diversity for maritime leadership. I was just wondering, we have heard the words like IoTs, sensors, blockchain, artificial intelligence. In ports we call smart ports also. But now this new buzzword, which is augmented intelligence. I'm not sure how many of us really understand what is augmented intelligence. So what I thought, let me just explain it to you in a very simple manner. When it's not human versus machines. It's human with machines, human with IT. So that's how augmented intelligence would be. Let me give an example also here. Let's say there is a vessel or there's a ship which is ready to sail. It has state-of-the-art navigation software which can tell you the weather, rainfall, how much is the depth of the water, what is the route, etc. But you are ready to sail, but it is the captain of the ship who takes the final call depending on the crew conditions, the fatigue, the safety, the traffic. So when humans and machine work together, it is called an augmented intelligence. The second part is, why do we need augmented intelligence? It's a very complex scenario. We are sitting in India. India is now approximately a 4 trillion economy which is there, and soon we are going to be 7 or 10 trillion dollars. I think it is important for us to really understand, how do we reach that kind of number? And from augmented intelligence perspective, if we have, it's a blend of human experience, human intuition. It is a blend of digital systems, digital intelligence, and how we can have inclusive leadership thinking, which is the third angle to it. If all these things come together, I think that will make this complex subject more simple to understand. Without taking much time, maybe now I'll move on to my fellow panelists and maybe ask some questions to them. Dhruv and Maha, what I really want to understand from you is, how is augmented intelligence changing maritime industry, and how do we foresee changes specifically on board vessels? So maybe, your perspective.
Thanks. This is one of the most favorite topics these days, how AI can actually change, how AI can make a difference in the maritime industry. Obviously, we all know, we are using artificial intelligence in our day-to-day lives now, but what changes do we foresee on board vessels? And one of the first things, being a seafarer myself, one of the first things that I feel would be changed in would be the way we get data on the ships, right? So data was always a big problem in the maritime industry, not just on board vessels. But case in point, there is a problem with the engine. There is a problem with some machinery, right? You don't have to now go through all the manuals and figure out where is that point, I mean the troubleshooting manual, right? Where you can find out that the part A tells me that this is the problem that is happening, and I have to do these steps. You can just tell, all these manuals would be fed into the database. The database is connected to your, ChatGPT, and you just ask ChatGPT that these are the issues that I'm facing, and basis that, from your database, ChatGPT will provide a solution. The possible causes of the downtime and the possible solutions to this. So this is something that I foresee happening on the ship a lot, but we are actually at the cusp of digitalization when it comes to AI. Not everybody is sure, how it's going to change things at sea, but sure, yes, definitely. As I said, data was one of the, you asked any company how much money are they spending on a particular category, or what's been their downtime. Downtime for sure they would know because it's a small number. But if you go into details and ask companies about procurement, QHSE, statistics, data, they will not know it. Or if they have it, they will take time to figure out that part. So when it comes to procurement, I can say from my personal experience also running a company called ShipScart, which is a digital procurement platform that you can use chatbots now to make requisitions. You can have the purchasers in the organization who can use ChatGPT to their advantages, telling them, AI telling them whether this is, the price is as per the average market price or not. So many data analytics, you want to check vendor comparisons and say how much this vendor has increased the price in the last 6 months for how many products. Show me all that. So a lot of this has been incorporated now, and I think in the next 6 to 8 months, you will see a lot of these things, at the ground level, where companies you'll be able to utilize these features, because as I said, that it's very, artificial intelligence is very new right now, especially in the maritime industry. How people want to use it, they are still exploring ways, but in the next 6 to 8 months, you will see a lot of things at the ground level.
Just like what Captain Dhruv just spoke about, it's all about information and how that information is used in the maritime industry. Now, maritime industry is a very vast industry. We are talking about different areas, different sectors that come into maritime industry. That now we are talking about IT. What I noticed today is this topic has been already covered as a small portion in different other sessions that has been happening today. It was there, a part of it was discussed in the innovative through empowerment, and then also under the boardroom diversity. All of them spoke about augmented intelligence and how this is being used. Now, exactly like what Ankush said, it's a hybrid between human interaction and the data, artificial intelligence. Maritime industry historically is all about experience, and how this experience, each individual's experience, the access to this information, the data that we have, it was limited once upon a time. Now we have it more and more, and how this data is being used in a day-to-day operations of any organization, be it a logistics company, be it a freight forwarders, be it it could be a ship owner, it could be an insurance industry. Now, I'm coming from an insurance industry. If you ask me from information such as a location of the ship, to what the history of the ship, what is the flag of the ship, what is the cargo that it was carrying, that it had carried earlier. This data is important for all of us, from an underwriter to every other person that is involved. This information is easily now available, which was not available earlier to this extent. Data verification, that's what we do. Then comes the next point, which is documentations. When a ship is moving from one port to another, the easiest and fastest way that we can actually provide these documentations for different purposes, that includes cargo documentations, that includes ship documentations. All of this has been automated now. And the industries, the different sectors that use these paperwork, these documents, use of drones and imports that was discussed in earlier one of the sessions. All of these are how augmented intelligence is now being used in the industry.
Thank you so much, Maha and Dhruv, for your perspective. I think we touched upon what, we touched upon why, we touched upon how. Now, when is the next question which is there? So, one important perspective is, specifically when the augmented intelligence will come, what about the job security of the current, current people who are there? So, my question is, with the advent of augmented intelligence, will show people or, the people who are associated with this industry be able to keep their jobs? How do you think the entire job scenario is going to, take shape?
So you see these days, you go open the newspaper and you'll see that Microsoft has laid up 30,000 people. Same with all the other companies, right? Infosys, TCS. So for sure, a lot of these jobs have been taken over by by the AI algorithms. As I said, that we are very new in this, in the maritime industry at least. It's very new. In 6 months to 1 year, you'll see it shape up. You will see how people get acclimatized to using AI for their day-to-day task. But I don't see that there would be job cuts. But I think that you will not have big teams now, right? So there will be no new hirings, I feel. Yes, a lot of the work that happens in the maritime industry is very operational centric. So you need to have humans, write emails. You will have humans, make phone calls. But as I said, that a lot of this would be when it comes to procurement, QHSE, other data analyst, all these jobs would be taken up by the AI agents. And I also foresee a lot of changes happening in the crewing, right? See, AI algorithms work only, they work well only when you have good data coming to you. If you put in garbage, you'll get garbage out, right? Garbage in, garbage out. So the system has to work properly if the correct data is fed into the system. So I foresee that in crewing, in what she's doing, not insurance, but but chartering, AI would come in a big way. So earlier people were making phone calls and sending emails to fix up a ship. Now with AI, you'll see that AI algorithms will tell you that this ship actually would be able to carry this cargo from this port to that port. All of this will work if the data is fed into the system. But at least for the next 1.5 years, I feel that you will see a lot of changes at the ground level. But we'll have to wait and watch. Too soon to say. But still, I still feel that there would be not too many people hired 6 to 8 months down the line.
Maha, your perspective, because specifically you are working in the insurance part of it. So,
job cuts, if you ask me, maritime industry, again, the marine industry is a very unique industry. It's people's industry. It's people interaction. Operational level and the admin level, yes, you will find changes. It would be more of making processes simplified, but certain skills, there are certain skill sets, experiences that can never be replaced. It's going to take a very, very long time for experience and skill sets that can be replaced by artificial intelligence. The most important thing is how the data will be used, but we will still need a lot of the middle management and above that will continue. Yes, the size, like what Captain just said, the size of the group may change. It will be more process-driven, more data-driven, optimizing decision making, but it will be more on the junior levels and certain operational or admin levels that you will see job cuts, or you would say that people will be replaced with, which is happening in all industries. But we definitely will not be one of those retail industries where everything is going to go online. That's not going to happen. We don't see that happening anytime in the future.
Never say never.
Okay, so I think, we talked about when. Now, I think the next question is where. So, because when we look at training, capacity building part of it, so do you think there is sufficient capacity? How are, people are being trained to harness augmented intelligence as a technology? So, your perspective on that.
So, as I said that, the industry is still getting acclimatized to the fact that, things like these will come. So, I was just talking to one of my friends and said that, there's so many incident reports that come about, right? Some accident has happened, some fire took place, so many other things that happen. And normally we used to share, like a one-pager or a PDF, saying that this was the incident, this was the case study, and this was, the inference from this incident. Whenever you would be filling up such a form for your own ship, saying that this is what happened, this was a near miss, you will have AI when all this data is fed into AI algorithms. The AI algorithm will yourself tell you, it'll make the case study for you. It'll tell you that because they've got all the data from all the SMS and everything is fed into the system, they will mention that you did not, fill up this checklist and that's why this happened. And if you want to make any modifications to a checklist, on this page, you must modify point number 4, 5, 6. So I feel that a lot of these things will change. A lot of things with procurement will change. QHSE will change. But as I said that, because there are no systems presently in the market which are doing, as I said, they are adapting. So in 6 to 8 months, you will see when these systems become, are live, people would be able to then adapt to it. However, I feel that, people have very little to do with this. The systems are, so, easy to use that the systems are only telling you what you need to do. As in, the system will tell you that this needs to be done. You don't have to actually go and learn anything. I'll give you a case in point, right? So we are building our version 2.0 of ShipScart, a procurement platform. So you can actually ask a chatbot there that I want this at this port, this product at this port. The system will automatically create the requisition. So the whole idea of it that you don't have to learn much. The system will just follow your prompts and just do the work for you. So that's what I believe, that with such advanced system now, the learning would be very little. And somebody was, in one of the events, somebody asked that, if you're a captain, how do you learn about the P&L or the finance and all these other things that you do? I said, these days, it's so easy to learn things if you want to learn, right? You can actually watch YouTube videos, you can ask ChatGPT any questions, right? So learning is not at all a problem now. I think it's just, we just have to wait for the time when these things are actually going live, with the platforms that we are talking about.
You ask when? Actually, it is very organic. It's happening naturally. It's happening. As we speak, it's happening. the organizations who do not realize or have not acknowledged the use of artificial intelligence, they are also part of it, because it's truly organic simply because it starts from the bigger and larger organizations. If they have implemented it in some form or shape, the next level implements it. And it's a chain. As you go down the chain, even the smallest organization in some form or the other has started using it. We don't ignore, we cannot get away from it. In your day-to-day operations, in some way or the other, every organization uses it. I was talking to one of our clients who is a charterer. As they are growing bigger, and they were probably 5 or 6 employees, now they are probably 20 or 25, and the last meeting I had with them, they were talking about how they are automating their system, simply because they need to log all of their shipments, all of their chartering data, just so that they are able to optimize their processes and also their decision making. So that's how, on a daily basis, things are changing. From any industry, any levels of the segment of maritime you speak about, you see these changes happening as we speak.
I think we are short of time now. So I think just to summarize, I think there is a new word which is coined now, which is not only augmented intelligence. We talked about augmented intelligence, we talked about data systems, we talked about inclusive thinking also. But I think there's an important term that I want to coin, and I want you all to take it forward. It's called augmented leadership. And what I would request all of you to take it back is that what actually augmented leadership means to you personally. I think, according to me, if I look at how I want to take it forward is, creating leaders who are partly data scientists, partly philosophers, and eventually, pure human beings. So I think that is what, if we take back to our drawing boards, I think it'll be very important that we are data scientists, we are philosophers, but at the end of the day, we are all human beings, and we have to take this tool of augmented intelligence very carefully. So I'll just pause here and thank my fellow panelists.
Thank you.
May I invite Mr. Chris Hall, MD, SCB Management Consulting, to give away the mementos, please. Before we take a short break, we will be playing videos. We're going to play a video with a special message from 7 Island Shipping.
When a company grows with its people, it becomes a shared journey. When a company grows with its people, it becomes a shared journey.
I did not know what was 7 Islands. I just knew that 7 Islands is part of Mumbai.
We took the stairs rather than the elevator. We grew slowly to start with.
And this is the story of 7 Islands Shipping Limited.
We started our company in May 2002.
When I stepped into this company, it was 2003 already, and their first ship named also 7 Islands. The ship was going to be delivered to BPC Chennai on time charter. Voyage was very eventful in the sense that we had many breakdowns, troubles with the machineries, and with all, we still made it to Chennai.
The first decade was a period of consolidation, focusing on select segments of the tanker industry.
But in doing that, we kept enhancing our internal faculties and our internal skills here. We kept challenging our people. That helped us develop an element of prudence, both in the financial aspect as well as the operational aspect.
And that discipline paved the way for global trust.
Vizada coming to us in 2015 and Fairfax in 2019, I would say, were our two defining moments.
What began with one ship has sailed into history. But behind every ship, there is something even more powerful. The people who keep them moving.
The management support has been very, very integral in building up on the culture of the company. When I talk about the culture of the company, the biggest indicator about whether the culture is going in the right direction or it's a positive work culture is how engaged your employees are.
We would like our employees to be well-rounded in terms of the skills they have as professionals. So we have worked very deeply in those areas over the past 5 years.
And our initiative of forming the EEC, which is the Employee Engagement Committee at 7 Island Shipping, was also that we wanted to touch base upon all the aspects that would make an employee's association with the company a more meaningful one.
Success means more when opportunity knows no gender.
In 2002, I was the only female employee.
Any role that opens up, I am not looking at whether this role would be best suited for a male employee or a female employee. We would rather approach it whether the person is qualified or not, irrespective of the gender of the candidate.
At least there are 3 women in each department.
Admin team is headed by a female employee. Our legal team is headed by a female employee. I myself head the HR team. We never consciously said that, okay, let's become gender neutral. It's just a dynamic shift.
A dynamic shift that became the foundation for something greater. A foundation that grew into a maritime training institute.
The only academy which I had seen and the tradition I had seen was my training ship TS Rajendra. So this idea flashed into my mind that, okay, if SIMT is going to be, we will follow the training pattern which was in Rajendra.
Before coming to the Merchant Navy, as everyone, I was only exposed to the glamorous side of the Merchant Navy. I entered this institution starting from the very basic, like the discipline. I came to know that to keep my uniform bright, I have to make my boilers dirty.
It's this dedication in all we do, in every endeavor.
Our people are invested in us. They put their heart, mind and soul into their work. That is what helped us chart this path and follow this path in a very steady fashion over the years, because we've been able to retain our people.
Data-driven decision making is what we are going to be focusing in the coming future. And that's something is going to help a lot of our initiatives in the future.
What began as a vision is now a benchmark, powered by people, strengthened by values.
We have one more video by Anna Karuna Tilake. One thing that Maritime SheEO is proud of is our research. We have done 4 research projects so far, and our 5th just launched. Here is Anna Karuna Tilake, who shares about our research wing, including a report she was featured in.
Diversity isn't the right thing to do. It's a smart business. Through its research wing, Maritime SheEO is out to prove that companies and countries with more women leaders are more profitable, innovative, and resilient. Maritime SheEO brings the data, the stories, and the proof that inclusion drives growth. I am proud to be included as a case study in one of Maritime SheEO research reports in my home country, Sri Lanka, and I look forward to seeing what other reports Maritime SheEO works on.
Thank you. I hope you enjoyed this session post-lunch. Now we'll break for tea. Before that, I just would like to make an announcement that there is a workshop on the perimenopause reset, energy, clarity, and confidence for midlife, retreat-style session. This will be conducted by Toril Bo-Stokes, CPD accredited menopause coach, IPEC certified energy leadership practitioner, in Studio 4 from 4:45 to 5:45 p.m. This is an information if any of the ladies would like to attend. Right now we take a break and we come back by 4:10. It is 3:55, 4:10 please. Thank you very much. See you at 4:10.
Over 120 years, a vision to provide world-class logistics solutions and transforming supply chains.
Customer first has always been the motto within the Jina family.
This is due to the culture Jina has, which is high in integrity, transparency, and innovation.
Every time we talk about the long-established legacy of Jina, it gives us a sense of pride. Being amongst the oldest freight forwarders in the country, Jina has always been looked up as a pioneer and a trendsetter within our industry.
Every ship has a story of voyages, cargoes, and countless horizons. And when its journey ends, a new one begins. We are Bansal Group, India's trusted name in green ship recycling, turning maritime giants into resources that fuel tomorrow's industries. Each ship that lands on the shores of Alang is recycled with care, precision, and purpose. Steel, machinery, and materials are reclaimed, refurbished, and reborn, reducing waste, conserving energy, and nurturing a circular economy. For us, recycling is about restoring balance between industry and environment, between progress and preservation. Our state-of-the-art facility operates under Hong Kong Convention standards and the Indian Recycling of Ships Act, ensuring that every step we take is safe, scientific, and sustainable. Our people are our strength. Behind every recycling project stand trained hands and alert minds, guarding the environment, their colleagues, and the legacy of trust we've built. From hazard management to waste segregation, from oil recovery to water treatment, we follow strict protocols to ensure zero contamination and total compliance. We invest in our people, empower communities, and support initiatives in health, education, and environment, because sustainability begins with humanity. Every piece of recycled steel strengthens the nation's infrastructure. Every responsible act strengthens the planet. And every dawn at Bansal is a reminder that we are recycling hope, purpose, and possibilities. Guided by the vision of Mr. Kapurchand Bansal and the passion of Mr. Rubal Bansal and Mr. Bharat Bansal, the group continues to evolve, driven by integrity, innovation, and impact. Because at Bansal, we don't just see what a ship was, we see what the world can become when we choose to recycle responsibly and build a cleaner, greener tomorrow.
Welcome back after the tea break. I hope you all enjoyed your tea and the snacks provided, and had some good engaging discussion with other participants today. Before we start, I'd like to thank the sponsors once again. Call out their names, please. Host Port, JNPA, Host Port, Deen Dayal Port Authority, Mentorship Partner, the Consulate General of the Kingdom of Netherlands, Mumbai, Mental Wellness Partner, American PNI, Mental Wellness Partner, Seven Islands Shipping. Let's do a Menti poll, please. Are we good for a game now? Great. I like that answer. Yes. Can we have the QR code? And the question is, what's one bias that still exists in maritime hiring? Whatever comes to your mind. Somebody needs to give one idea there. Okay, great. I think that needs to be worked upon seriously. Yeah. Master Marine experience, age. Okay. Age upwards, downwards, I mean, upwards, okay. Experience bias, okay. I wonder what that would, nationality biased, okay. Okay, that's a lot of ideas coming there. Any more thoughts we have on this point, on this question? Else we move on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for participating. So we move on to the next panel discussion. Our next session is on recruitment without bias, transforming HR, powered by XMAR Ship Management, explores how HR can drive inclusion through unbiased recruitment. And unbiased recruitment helps to create a workplace culture that values diversity and inclusiveness and can enhance an organization's ability to attract and retain top talent. The panelists for this session are Gauri Desai, HR Lead India, C-SPAN Ship Management. Simon Grange, Chief Executive, ISWAN. Monal Srivastav, VP People, SEO DP World. Ruchita Chopra, Head HR, PSA India. Bhushan Malkani, Marine People Manager, Asia, AP Moller Maersk. And the session is to be moderated by Namrata Nadkarni, CEO and Founder, Intent Communications. Before I go off stage, after the session, we invite Captain Rajiv Goyal, CEO XMAR Ship Management, to join us on the stage for a group photograph.
Perfect. So, can you all hear me, and are you all awake? Excellent. I am thrilled that you're here because I think this is a particularly important topic that we're going to discuss today, which is recruitment without bias, and we're talking about transforming HR. We have a wonderful panel, and I just want to point out that we do have multiple people from HR, and we also have somebody who is at the sharp end of what HR delivers, which is ISWAN. So we're going to have really different perspectives on stage. If you have burning questions that you want to ask, at any point you are welcome to put a hand up, and then I can come to you and allow you to ask a question. I'm a bit of a strict moderator, so it cannot be a statement. Statements are for coffee, questions are for our wonderful panel. This is going to be quite conversational, so I'm going to encourage our panel to jump in if there's anything that we want to talk about. But let's talk about the trends in recruiting right at the moment. So what are the trends that we are looking at the moment, and what are the leading gender and cultural biases that may be challenging recruitment? Because we know that, I mean, multiple panels today, everyone said shipping is a man's world. Incorrect. It is traditionally male-dominated. Don't think it's a man's world. Feel free to disagree with me, and then I will have to fight you. But can we talk about the challenges that you are facing? And let's start with you.
Hi, thanks, Namrata. So just a little background about me. I'm a newbie in maritime industry, so please, just a little courtesy show towards me is what I can
We'll
say.
be gentle. No one here will bite.
No, of course, thanks. So coming to the question, the recruitment trend, basically, I think what I see today is it's a candidate market. And that's my personal view, of course, is because today the employers have to make an attempt, have to do a lot of employer branding, and tell the world that, hey, this is what we are offering, this is how the culture in the organization is, and these are our leaders. Because the candidate, the moment they get a call, first thing they are going to do is just go on LinkedIn or go on Ambition Box and go on Glassdoor and try and read about the organization.
They're going to do their own research.
Absolutely. So I think the trend is not about just me as an employer rejecting a candidature just simply looking at the CV. I think gone are those days. It's also about ensuring that I'm being fair in the assessment as a recruiter or as an employer.
And I think that's really interesting, right? Because you're not just selling the job, you're selling the culture of the company. If people are doing their own research. Can I check, how many people here, before you accepted a job, did your own research and Googled the company or Googled the people at the company? If you've done this, put your hand up. Great. This is a really good sign. And for those who didn't, you're missing out. There's a trick. Everybody else knows. Right. Let's come to you, Monal.
I think I'll take a step back.
Okay.
Here. And before we really look at recruitment, I think it's also about the industry. So the shipping, ports, and logistics industry per se, I think over the years, while there's been a lot of awareness that has been created, but still people are a little apprehensive to join this sector per se.
The barrier to entry is really high.
Yeah, and I think there are multiple reasons why people are apprehensive. It could be physical infrastructure. Most of the operations are beyond city limits most of the time. Plus, as you said, people still have a perception that it is male-dominated, so-called, which today may not be actually true.
I think it depends on the subsector, but absolutely.
Yeah. So I would say that, therefore, attracting candidates to this industry is the first challenge that we have. And then the second challenge, of course, is to be able to sell your own brand. Any brand, I mean, it could be DP World or PSA or any brand for that matter, but how effectively you're able to sell your brand, that's the second step. So while organizations may take targets for diversity, it becomes difficult because the number of people applying for those posts, the gender diversity candidates applying for those positions are very limited. So your choice is again very limited.
So absolutely, your point was that you need to be noticed first as an industry before you can then sell your subsector, right? I'm going to come to you, Bhushan, and then I can see that you have something to add, Gauri. Or do you want to add quickly, and then I'll come to Bhushan?
Yeah, I would just say that the challenge of attracting talent, diversity is not limited to maritime.
Correct.
I think I come from hardcore sales, product sales background, and I know that having somebody sell a switch or any other product door to door is not that easy again, getting the women candidates. And I'm sure, Bhushan, we were just talking about it a while ago, and we agreed on that point.
No, that absolutely, just building on to what Gauri said, that, people are very aware and they do their research. My challenge comes in where this research is not coming in from the right sources, right? A lot of them are depending on social media.
Yep.
And you know what, how social media portrays seafaring as a profession. Not always telling you the challenges, but always looking at the glamorous side of it.
Yep.
And that's my initial challenge, even when I can attract and get people on board, the reality is very different. And
Correct.
then for them to sustain this career becomes very difficult. And I'm talking more from a seafarer's point of view. Office and maritime shore-based roles are very different, but for the seafarers, this is one challenge that I definitely face. Yeah.
And Simon, I'm going to come to you in a second to talk about what the seafarers are facing, but I wanted to make sure that we speak to Ruchita first.
In terms of bias which the industry is facing, I think I have a very different point of view. I think the industry is moving more in terms of maritime from muscle to brain, with data coming into action, with AI coming into action. There are tons of roles which are coming for each and every single person to apply for. So nowadays, it's not just restricted where we say that, you know, for this role, only men can apply for, or women can apply for. And more importantly, as an organization, how you are portraying to the outside world, being very gender neutral, or very, very neutral in terms of what you put outside to the world.
Or being inclusive, right?
Yeah,
Absolutely,
very, very
using
inclusive. Your job descriptions have to be very inclusive in nature. The kind of questions which you ask while you are at the recruitment panel, what kind of people are sitting at your recruitment panel, makes a lot of difference. And once one candidate has that experience, I think it speaks a volume to others, because they are the ones who carry your brand outside.
Correct.
They will talk about you. So when we say that we have to portray our brand, I think while the experience you give to the candidate during the whole process of recruitment cycle makes a lot of difference, your brand automatically, I would say, goes out there in a positive manner if the process is well taken care of.
And I think that's a really interesting point, because we know from, there's plenty of studies that talk about the fact that women, when we're looking at jobs, we look to check if we can actually do the job as being described, and we try to tick every single box, and where we don't, we're like, oh, I'm not the right fit, I'm not going to get this job. And we know that men tend to, and I'm going to just quote it and say, fail upwards, and they'll be like, I'll learn, they'll teach me, there'll be training, I'll figure it out, it'll be fine. And I have this personally, right, I'm generally quite confident, and I applied to be on the board of a port. And the only reason I ended up applying is because somebody from HR actually took the time to speak to me, and they were like, no, you should apply. Whereas I was like, I'm not grown up enough to apply, and I was already in my 40s. Like, right? We all feel like imposters. But Simon, let's talk about, you know, they've all talked about kind of bringing people in, and I thought Bhushan's point of saying there might be a gap between what's being portrayed, where people are getting their information, and the tough realities of life at sea. Specifically, can you talk to us about what you're seeing in terms of how big is the gap, and how badly are people faring?
Yeah, well, I've always said if you were looking for an agency to go out and recruit seafarers...
Could you put your mic slightly closer?
I've always said that if you were looking for an agency to come and recruit seafarers, don't come to us. Because unfortunately, just the very nature of our work, helplines, we get to hear about the very worst cases. Abandonment, detention, mental health issues, suicide. And so therefore that's not a good picture to portray about what the industry is about. Of course it is so much more than that, but I think we have to take into account you're going to recruit people into this industry, but to some extent you've got to be honest with them about what to expect. And if you want to encourage a more diverse range of people to come into the industry, what support are you going to give them afterwards? What preparation are you going to give them to be able to cope with what they might be faced with? And we get on our helpline quite a few calls from cadets, for example, and they're worried about their first voyage. They're not talking about whether they're going to be able to do the job. That's not what worries them. Their biggest concern is, what's going to be the culture on board? What's going to happen if I make a mistake? How will I be received? How will I be accepted? So I think, you know, there's got to be some honesty with candidates about what to expect.
I think it's a really interesting thing, because as you pointed out, it's social media where people are getting a lot of their information. And we know that social media, it's an extreme. You either have amazing stories where you're like, I love my job, everything amazing, or this is terrible and I've been betrayed and everything sucks, right? There aren't the balanced narratives, and that often, to my experience, relies on family members, or as you said, ambassadors of people. Could you talk to me about what you have done to try and make sure that your ambassadors actually are truthful? Like, how do you incentivize them to be like, hey, talk to them about the hard days that you have?
Like for us, the good thing is that our cadets are getting trained at our own center of excellence. And what we do is we get our own seafarers to come and meet them, talk to them about what kind of culture, what kind of values that we embody, and what can they expect life at sea, like, because...
So peer-to-peer conversation.
Like, and it's not like I have to speak to a captain to understand that. Like, can I speak to a second engineer or a fourth officer who's like, just been promoted from a cadet to the next rank, and he is actually telling me what the reality is or how his or her journey was. I think that really adds the reality to it, giving the good and the bad side of the story to them. Yeah.
Ruchita?
Yeah. While we talk about brand ambassadors, what we are doing as on today is when we hire freshers from the campus, we are trying to bring them and give them an experience of a day how a terminal operations look like. Okay? They get to understand that how the life would be. They see operators working. They see engineers working in the ships.
So it's real life experience, yes. Like hands-on.
Correct. That's for people who we hire as freshers. For people who we are hiring as experienced, I think for them the first phase, other than the social media, is your recruiter. So what the recruiter talks about and what the experience that person gains in the very few interactions during the recruitment process makes a lot of difference. Also, your interview panel, the kind of questions they ask and how do they make the candidate comfortable. As a woman, if I am being interviewed, I will be thinking through whether this person is going to ask me about whether I want to have kids, yep. or questions like this. So your interview panel really needs to be trained to understand that these are a no-no questions. When we are talking about equality, equity, diversity, inclusivity, this is something which we ensure that our panels are not doing. And hence, we have diverse panels, so the recruiter talks, the managers talk, then the senior leadership also talks, so that people do understand that at various levels, we do have people who are talking the same language. So when they see that all levels are talking same language and they are going through a similar experience, that itself talks about the culture of the organization. So that's what we are doing.
And can I just check, your interview panels, do they get trained before being on an interview panel? Everybody is nodding, so yes, everybody gives their panels training?
Honestly, I won't say that there is a lot of training happens, but we do ensure that the interview panel knows that what is a no-no.
Yes.
Yeah. And of course, you want to be very realistic with what culture you have within the organization. So you cannot be telling the interview panel that you have to talk these 5 points. So whatever image they carry about the organization is what they should show during
they should be authentic.
Questions. Yes, they should be very, very authentic.
Gauri, yeah, I agree that what Ruchita...
Go ahead. Gauri first, okay. And then Simon, and then we're coming to you, Bhushan.
What Ruchita just said, I think hiring managers sensitization to a level, that's where I think HR's role come in picture. And as a marine HR also, the team that we have back in C-SPAN, I think they all come from seafaring background, largely of course. And I think that's where they understand possibly, when it's a seafarer's hiring that they are doing. However, on the support staff also, I totally agree that we may not have as many trainings, but I think as a part of the culture, as you are interacting and when there are rejections as a HR, when you ask them that why that rejection, and if at any point the reason comes in like, okay, possible maternity or possible, going away or whatever, I think that's
the patterns.
Point. Yes, that's where I think the point comes in of telling them this is a no-no.
Simon.
I think over the years of recruiting people and being recruited, the thing that I've realized more than anything else is it's a natural human tendency to recruit in your own image.
Absolutely.
You go for what you recognize. And I've been on the receiving end of this for nearly all of my working life. I left school when I was 16.
Do you not feel disadvantaged being a white man in maritime now?
No, well, the disadvantage I had is that I didn't go to university and I didn't have a degree. Fair. And I've worked in places where that has always been seen as, well, that's essential. And so I know that there are many roles that I didn't get because the educational bit, there's nothing there.
And life experience doesn't count, which is bizarre.
And there are people who look for that. Now, surprisingly, I have survived without that degree. But I've also done it myself, and I can remember one particular occasion where I was looking for an HR manager, and I had the applications in front of me, and I read this application, and it was, oh yeah, this is good, this is quite impressive. But in the covering letter, the candidate had said, despite my disability, I have, and then it went, and I immediately, that's a shame, and I put it to one side. And then I thought, hang on a minute, why am I doing that? Actually, this is of no relevance for the role that I'm looking for. So I then, I thought, no, I'll put that one back in. She got the job, and she turned out to be one of the best people I've ever worked with. So, you know, I think it's really about, we've got, when we have people in front of us, you've really got to think outside the way that you normally think.
You've got to overcome unconscious bias.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't, and there is training involved, but it's something quite human.
Yeah. Bhushan, you wanted to add a point to
So I was like, the hiring managers that you know, who are hiring for you are not HR, right? So you have to, I don't think there's a choice that you have to train them. Even if it's a technical interview,
well, I mean, otherwise
there's
there's legal liability like nobody's business.
There's a clear checklist that you're following this, or I'm using a psychometric assessment. I can't expect an ex-seafarer to understand what psychometric assessment is, so I'll have to train them. Or if I want them to conduct a behavioral event interview, so I'll have to train them how to conduct it. So I don't see a reason or a way out of not training the hiring managers and let them interview and do a regular conversation and come back and give me judgments, right? I want a clear, objective assessment. So that's what we follow, at least.
And I think that makes sense. And actually, I was going to say, I'm going to come to you. And one of the questions that I wanted to ask is, you know, we already talked about this being a lot more digital now, right? We're hiring digital natives, we're hiring younger people, we're looking at something different. Let's talk about the ways in which our hiring has to change and the ways in which, as HR and as custodians of company culture, because we often talk about seafarers and we spend a lot of time talking about seafarers, and we know that the majority of people in maritime are on shore, right? Whether you're talking about lawyers or you're talking about insurers or you're talking about HR managers and all of you. There's a lot of people on shore. Let's talk about building that company culture. So how are you hiring now when you're trying to hire digital natives, and how do you set them up for success in maritime companies? I'm going to come to you, Monal.
So, I mean, if you, one of the things that everybody said is the recruitment bias or the recruiter's bias.
Correct.
Because most of the times we try and bring in our own replica, okay? So couple of things that we are looking at as an organization, of course, is first is the use of AI in resume screening. In fact, it starts one step ahead. The job description is more gender neutral.
So do you ask AI to make it more gender neutral?
So what we did was we hired an external consultant who reviewed all our job descriptions and ensured that the job descriptions are gender neutral, they are more collaborative, they do not have terms or phrases which indicate bias. So that was step one. Step two is resume screening, use of AI in resume screening. Again, that eliminates personal biases, individual biases.
Depending on your coda, but yes.
But you're right, it depends on how strong is your job description and how, therefore, the AI is able to really read the JD and take out the keywords and give you the kind of screening.
Sorry. It's okay.
And lastly, I think the next is now we are moving into...
Would you like some water? You absolutely can. And I was going to say, Simon, you look like you wanted to jump in, so I'm going to let you jump in while she hydrates and we come back.
Yeah, this part of the conversation makes me realize that actually maybe I need to leave the recruitment to others because I am completely out of date. And in fact, as an example of that, we're looking to recruit somebody at the moment, and one of the other members of the panel, we're doing the shortlisting, actually pointed out, I think there's AI has been used in this application. I didn't see it. And you know, if we are going to attract younger people, then we need people who are going to understand that and understand how we're going to get the best out of those people at interview and beyond.
Actually, I'm going to challenge that. I'm going to actually come to to our speakers to challenge that, because I think if I've understood HR as well as I hope I have, it's different skills for different generations and different groups of people, right? You absolutely need people who can be like, that was written by AI and this person doesn't mean any of this. This was clearly ChatGPT or Gemini or DeepSeek or whatever. But you also want people who have been, and in Simon's case, a police officer for 20 years and has a good read on people. And you can tell when you've got your, I'm just going to call it what it is, a bullshit meter, where you're like, this person's lying to me, this person's saying what they think I want to hear versus how they're actually going to be. So I'm going to come to you, and then Monal, you had a point that I wanted to, actually, I'm going to let you finish, and then I'm going to come to you. Sorry.
I just wanted to add there is that, technology cannot completely replace what a human mind can do.
Absolutely.
Right? But everything has its pros and cons, and we have to use it very judiciously to see that we don't overdo.
Correct.
But then the fact remains that we are also facing biases. So therefore, Sabin, to your point, it's a combination of both, right? It cannot be only one methodology that will work for everything.
So to ask a question to the panel, which I know that we didn't discuss before, so I'm aware of putting you on the spot. If I was a candidate and I was like, okay, I'm going to be screened by AI, you know, you're like, someone's not going to, like, it can feel really scary, like a machine is judging me worthy or not. Should I be using AI to say, look at my resume and look at this job description and then write me a cover letter to match it?
They're doing it. So in fact, I was addressing a bunch of management trainees at one of the premium management institutes in the country. And one of them gets up and asks me, like, you know, isn't it unfair as a recruiter that you are not giving me an opportunity because the AI tool that you use probably not shortlisting me? And I'm like, didn't you use ChatGPT to make your CV more ATS friendly, and get the ATS score higher? So if you can use it, why can't I? And it's like, if I have a choice and I have to pick 5 out of 100, I'm gonna use technology to shortlist. And then of course, I'm gonna meet the 10 to choose the best, right? But shortlisting, and if technology is there and it is helpful, why not?
And also that's interesting, right? Because then that is skewing you towards digital natives who are better able to. Is there a different way in which you'll recruit for more senior leadership roles to talk to me about it?
So when we look forward for senior leadership, we do a lot of behavioral assessment, which is very, very critical for senior leadership hiring. So we do go through their behavioral profile, and we do cross-check in terms of whether the person, what they are saying as on today, vis-a-vis how their profile goes, whether it is matching or not. I won't say that this is 100% safe, which will give you 100% results.
I mean, if you're a recruiter with a 100% result, you need to be making a lot more money.
But I feel that behavioral interviews coupled with the behavioral profiles have given us better results than when we were not using it. And I have also entered into maritime industry 3 years back. We were using similar practices in previous organizations which yielded much better results. So when we started utilizing in current organization, we are getting better output. We do understand people better. It's yielding results so far. Maybe with new technology coming into action, there will be more things which will be coming in. And I feel that it's very important that we keep pace with the technology. If we don't, the new generation, the new generations coming in and the kind of people applying to the organization will be far behind. They won't be able to understand us. We won't be able to understand them.
You're creating a gap. Absolutely.
So
Gauri, I can see that you want to say something. I just have a quick question for our room. How many people here have used AI? Could you put your hands up? Fantastic. How many people, and I see people that haven't, and that fair play, please talk to our recruiters, they will have guidance for you. How many people here have used AI to apply for jobs? I mean, I'm going to put my hand up. Really? 2 of us. I was like, even if your HR is on the thing, I mean, they're literally saying, you basically said, we're going to use it, you should too, right? I mean, good to know, right? People are missing a trick. To you, Gauri.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I'm going to add on to what Ruchita said. Is I completely agree that behavioral interviews or the psychometric assessment is very crucial in the senior roles, and that's what exactly we are doing at C-SPAN. And it's not only, again, about just one level up, assessment for that candidate or for that role. What we do is when there is a senior leadership hiring, we look at having the stakeholders from different functions and the cross-functional panel interviewing at different time intervals, the same candidate, be it senior or whatever. I think that helps because then any recruitment bias that you might have had in level 1 or level 2 discussions, I think it just pops up, and it's easier then to have the interaction or just kind of question certain decisions or remarks that are being made by the panel. So I think that
Give me 1 second. So Bhushan and then Monal.
So just to add on to this, I think I'll take a step back and say that it is important to identify what competencies you are looking at for a certain role. So is it strategic thinking?
What's
is it decision making?
as well?
What is essential? And then you link it to either a psychometric assessment or a behavioral interview, whatever you're doing, and
you don't need a rocket
the
engineer for every single role.
And then you have the results much better, like she said. The match is much better.
Mona?
So the use of psychometric, exactly to what Bhushan said, is not limited to only the leadership roles. It also helps in getting the right cultural fit. So even for people down the line, and more so so one is the competency of the individual and the competency which is required for that particular job role. And the second is, what is the culture of your organization? And whether the person is actually fitting into your basic ethos. If, for example, I am a very, very ethical organization, very high on integrity, it really comes out very clearly in psychometric whether the person is aligned to that thought process or not. So cultural fit is another big piece.
Is that, and I'm gonna come to you, Simon, because I can see that you were waiting. Does that kind of fit, does that mean that, we talked about like hiring like, is that too much like hire like? Do you also need to hire for challenge?
No, yes, of course, but...
I mean, I suppose you're looking at values rather than behavior.
Yes, yes, and it's always good to have a fresh mind. It's always good to have people who can challenge your existing, people who can innovate, people who can improve. But the basic ethos needs to be in place.
Well, you have to know what you're trying to hire for,
yeah.
right? You've got to set them up for success. So Simon, I knew that you had a point that you wanted to add here, but I also have a question that I'm going to throw to you to tag on, which is, we've talked a lot about how we're using better language, we're trying to screen away bias. Is it working from what you're seeing in that? Are you seeing a more diverse pool of seafarers who are calling you for support as well? So whatever you needed to add, and then talk to us about what you're seeing at the receiving end.
Okay, just a quick observation then. It was about AI. Do we have confidence that AI does not in itself have a built-in bias?
It 100% does. I can tell you that now.
And, bearing in mind that it's actually built on what's put into it and who's putting that in. So I just throw that in because...
Definitely.
Within a recruitment process. So in terms of, remind me, it was the question.
I think the question that I was asking was, we're talking about having changed languages, we're talking about having interview panels. Hopefully, this is meaning that we're getting a wider variety of people, and I don't just mean in gender. I'm looking at neurodiversity, I'm looking at, on my previous panel, we talked about having a policy for less abled people to be able to come into the sector. Are you actually seeing that at the coal front, or is it something where few and far between?
Probably a distorted view, because what we find is that people from more diverse groups actually use our service disproportionately.
Right.
Because in actual fact, they often are the ones who are subject to bullying and harassment, the ones who find it
They don't fit into the norm.
Yeah, because they just don't fit into the norm. So we see that particularly with women, for example. So they are more likely to contact us for mental health support because of bullying and harassment. Now, is that because actually they're more ready to actually share the problems that they have and to reach out and get help? Or is it actually that the focus is on them? I think it's more the latter than the former. So there's a long way to go.
Right, I mean, and that is sobering, of course. Could I ask, to pull up Simon's point, obviously you are working very, very hard in your recruitment processes to overcome bias. And this idea of bias being inbuilt to systems, we know it exists, right? Because the question is often, who trains the trainers, right? Very common in HR. Who is looking at your AI and making sure that it's happening? Do you have specialized AI experts who are coming in to vet things? Are you occasionally putting in, I mean, one of the companies that I spoke to before said they put in their CEO's CV to see if they would get the job, and they didn't. I was like, rejected. Right? How do you test it? Ruchita.
I think nowadays all the portals which are being used do come with AI bots.
Yes.
So yeah, they do come with AI bots, and you test the system, of course. Do I say that it's 100%?
Did you
No.
test your own CV? Were you like, will I get my job?
No, I have not tried.
I was like,
but
challenge
I am sure
for
going
everybody.
to go and try. But that's why a recruiter is always there to see whether the output you are getting is in line with what you're looking forward for. And hence, when he mentioned about competence, whether the profile being pulled out is really a competent profile in terms of the job description you have, makes a lot of difference. So while we use technology to make your work a little fast, but at the same time, we need human intervention to see whether we are moving in the right direction as well.
And that's really interesting. I think I would also like to ask, how much faster is your hiring process now compared to, say, pre-AI? Is it significantly faster? Because like, I imagine that you're getting like hundreds of candidates for every role, right?
The screening has improved a lot, but I would say that as you're using technology, being human also brings in challenges with the technology to think through that, we need to be really cautious in terms of our interviewing decisions and panels. And while we were talking about the interviewing panel, the interviewing panel has increased drastically from what we were doing earlier.
Correct, because it would
Yeah.
just be the hiring manager and one other
Yes.
person, and now we're looking for diversity in the panel.
Yeah, plus we would want to have a more collaborative approach towards hiring as well, getting more people to interview and find out that whether what everybody is saying, we are on the right, we are hiring the right person, so that elimination of as much as bias can happen.
I think we're still testing it out with AI, right? Whether it's your Copilot or ChatGPT, it's right, but then like Simon said, garbage in, garbage out, so you don't want to trust it completely. So I think that has actually increased, like I will concur with what she said, it actually increases your time to like, right, this person is being rejected by AI, but I want to be doubly sure. So till the time we get to that stage where you completely trust.
Right now.
Yes, and like completely trust the AI model that you've selected, and now you are comfortable with its selection, non-selection. So I think that's going to take a little more time.
I think more than speed, it is the success rate or the quality. So I don't think, for me at least, for our organization, it is not about the speed of hiring, whether we are able to close positions quickly. But I think my success rate of selections have gone up compared to my earlier time. So the screening, the initial screening and selecting the right candidate for the next stage of interviews, that process has seen a significant improvement.
Could I pull you in, Gauri, and ask, with all of this and with the use of AI to overcome biases, are you seeing that be the case? Are you seeing greater diversity in the roles that you've closed? Are you seeing more women? Are you seeing more people who are neurodiverse?
I would say that yes. I mean, while we are not really using any AI tool as of now for screening, etc., I think we are still relying a lot on the human intelligence at every stage of selection. I will put it that way. But yes, I think diversity, because like Ruchita and Monal also said about job descriptions, right? I mean, as soon as you define them to be more inclusive, I think the one who is reading would also feel that, okay, even I can apply. I mean, you know, so these are some of the nuances that one needs to be careful about, that your JDs are more inclusive, and your recruiter itself being a brand advocate in terms of even, you know, talking about reaching out, the whole candidate experience. I think that's also something which brings in diversity, and you know, word of mouth of course spreads, and employee referrals. I think people who are already in your organization, they are your best brand advocates. So they are the ones who are selling your organization, or they are selling the roles. I think in our organization, I've seen a great success with respect to employee referrals. And again, not being biased that just because our employee has referred someone, just, hey, go ahead and hire blindly. The person needs to go through the proper process, but that success rate is good.
But it's also good because, they, as you know, as we were talking earlier, they have a more clear idea of what they're likely to encounter. That
Yes.
cultural conversation has happened
Absolutely.
informally.
Absolutely.
Simon, I could see that you needed to add into this. Please do.
Yeah, sorry, my brain has been ticking away at something, and we haven't really talked about values. Now, I've worked in the NGO sector for the last 25 years, and when I recruit, actually, we're more interested in the values of the individual and the way that they think than their technical competencies. And, you know, I work in an organisation, we've got 80% of the team are women. And that's quite normal within NGOs.
I was about to say, in
Yeah.
cultures of care, you will see a lot of women.
It is, but the values are incredibly important. Now, it seems to me that within this industry, actually the emphasis is very much on technical ability to be able to do things. And I think we also have to bear in mind that the future workforce, also, they have different thoughts on this. A recruitment process is a two-way thing. Actually, the person themselves may make a decision once they've been through your recruitment process that no, they don't want to work for you.
Yep.
And it seems to me that younger people are going to be interested in the values of an organisation. They will be actually thinking, what's the culture going to be? Will I be accepted? Will I be able to contribute? Will I be able to speak out?
Will I have a
Because-
work-life balance at all?
Exactly, yes. And they will look for those things. So I think that's, I just wanted to
It's
throw
a
that in.
5-minute warning. We're fine. Quick question for the audience. If you put your hands up, how many of you would reject a job if you felt like it didn't align with your values? Actually, quite a lot. Same. Lovely. That's a really good way to kind of round up our audience, because no, we're not done yet. Don't get excited. We have a very quick roundup question for all of you. So, if you had the magical power to mandate a change across the industry for recruitment, right, and people would have to do it, what would the thing be? And I'm not going to make you go first, don't panic, but I'm going to make you go first. So, Mona.
I think for me, increasing the gender diversity is one of the key
How
things.
would you mandate that?
It should not be it should be both in letter and spirit, and ideally the leadership and people down the line, including the hiring managers, should be willing to take sure shot KPIs and ensure that those numbers are met.
Fantastic. So you're using data to mandate far more gender parity. Fantastic. Gauri.
I think I'll also do the same.
Different one. Come on. You have more. Hers is already being forced into action.
Let me think.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Ruchika.
If I have to change and I get the power, I would like to put it in two very important words. One, it has to be equitable and fairer. So, no bias is very, very important, of course. Being a woman, I should not say, but I am very much focused on when a job is out there, it should not say that this is for a man or a woman. It should talk about equity. We would want to provide you equal opportunity for you to prove yourself. That's what is important. Basis your competence. And I'm sure that all the women sitting over here, nobody would want to walk out with a job letter in hand if you are told that you are hired because you are a woman. You want to be hired because of your competence. So equity and being fairer is very, very critical and important.
For the long-term career, absolutely. But depending on the salary of the role, I will take a role that. Sorry, Bhushan.
I'll use this magic to kind of time travel and get something which I know would happen in time, but bring it much earlier, and probably in every organization have a women role model which people can look up to and say, okay, you know what, if she can become a captain, I will too. And that would, for me, that magic, if I can get, I know it will happen in like maybe next 5 years, but can I do it tomorrow? I'll do that tomorrow.
I feel like, having actual requirement of female leadership across various different roles, that visibility. We had somebody here earlier who talked about when they brought women into a role, they had a 26% increase in women applying for the role because they knew that women could, right? Like, that's fantastic. Gauri, are you ready? Because then I'm going to come to Simon, and then I have an opinion. Surprise.
I think if I have the magic, I think I'll ensure that I have a lot of women in the boardroom, because today in my leadership in Mumbai office, I'm the only lady in that. So I would want to see the room full of women and then normalize gender diversity, and I want that nobody talks about the gender diversity anymore. So I will look for that.
Fantastic. Simon, over to you.
I think, firstly, you need a company culture that clearly and boldly expresses that actually we are serious about diversity.
Yes.
And then that has to filter right down through the recruitment process so that the recruitment process reflects that. And also take into account where recruitment is outsourced. And the distance, I guess, between the company culture and actually who is doing the recruiting.
Yeah, you want to close that gap.
Yes.
And for me, a thing that I think is really important, and we sort of touched upon it, but we didn't really get into it. I would love job descriptions which are trying to be gender neutral, to talk about the support systems that you will get to learn the role in the role, right? We talked about it earlier. Women are very nervous about doing roles where you might fail, because then you'll be that woman that failed. She definitely only got the job because she was a woman. Whereas if I know I'm going to be trained, if I know I'm going to be supported, if I know I'm going to be set up for success, if I know there's room for me to have a bad day and get it wrong and still be welcomed back, really important. So, Gauri, add on.
Just one more magic I will want to do is just build a sisterhood in the organization.
Hell
Because
yeah.
they say women are not supportive of each other, I think, but that's where I think we need to make that change.
It's a vicious rumor. I think we all love each other.
Of course.
Right. So I hope you will all join me in thanking my delightful panel for sharing their wisdom with us. If you are somebody who is looking for jobs or thinking about how best to improve your recruitment, we have experts. Come find them in the coffee break. Ask them for their magical wisdom, and please enjoy. Thank you very much, and back to you, Geeta.
Thank you, Namrata. Thank you, all the panelists. I think very insightful discussion on where it should start, and I think it has to start at the top. And very good to see that we have hiring managers or the leaders in companies, in large organizations, as ladies here. So fantastic, and I guess these numbers will increase in the coming years. But I think it has to go into other functions also. Mostly it is in the support functions, but it has to be in the key roles. Yes, yes. Not just the support function, but in the other functions as well. May I request all of you to come together for a group photo? Also, may I invite Captain Rajiv Goyal, CEO Exmar Ship Management, to join for a group photo, please. Panelists, please be on the stage. Please be on the stage. Do we have Captain Dinesh Jairam in the room? May I request Captain Dinesh Jairam to give away the mementos to the panelists, please? Thank you, everybody. Do we have Jillian in the room? Jillian Carson Jackson has been consistently supporting SheEO from being a speaker, an ambassador, and now empowering a mentorship zone happening parallelly. Let's hear from her on what she has to say about global community she's been able to find at Maritime SheEO. Please play the video.
No matter where you are in the world, being part of Maritime SheEO makes you feel connected. It's a reminder that you are never alone on this journey. Go to maritimesheo.com/community and be sure to join us.
I'd like to thank some of our sponsors, please. Navigation partner, Rushabh Sealing. Radio partner, Sailor Today. Media partner, Trademarker. Cocktail partner, Rastec. Cocktail partner, Sunav. Dine and network partner, IRI Marshall Island. Now we have the Yes Forum launch. The moment we have been waiting for, the launch of the Yes Forum, led by Dane Bezantaku, CEO, Navigator Shipping Consultants, and Sanjam Sahi Gupta. Let's have them on the stage, please. I'll check.
If it's not, never mind. I can also say in the microphone. Okay, great. Nice. Thank you very much. So, hello again. I'm very happy that I'm here. I don't know if before you heard me in the presentation that I had, but with Sanjam, we are together in this crazy non-profit trip since the beginning. And I'm very, very happy that I'm here because when I was imagining Yes Forum, Sanjam was imagining Maritime SheEO, and we were saying to each other that we are maybe very crazy or we're looking the future ahead. And I'm very happy that we're here today. A few words and very quick about Yes Forum and why we're here. I'm pressing this. Yes, great. So Yes Forum has been created officially in 2015, established in Greece, but we were thinking about it since 2009. Why we did this? Because the next shipping generation is not here. And unfortunately, the numbers says that in Greece, we used to have 150,000 seafarers, and now we have 15. And on board, only 5. Unfortunately, we need to upskill 250,000 seafarers in Europe and 800,000 seafarers worldwide. So we must empower the volunteerism like today Maritime SheEO is doing. We wanted to establish a platform for open dialogue between all of us, the academia, the entrepreneurship, and of course, the governments. Brain drain, we had this problem in Greece and in Europe, low birth rate, and we wanted also to pass the word naftosini. Naftosini is the people to go on board, to make the world go round. Because if it was not shipping, world would not go round, and we proved it during COVID. So we have created Yes Forum, and what we're doing, we have 4 main pillars. The Yes Tour to schools. We're officially in all the schools in Greece. There is a module of shipping in all the schools of Greece, private and public. And believe me, it was not easy to do it because it's not that the governments are against us, but the ministers and the prime ministers are there just for a short period of time. So maybe their priority is not always for the entrepreneurship to go into the schools. Yes to Shipping and Shipping Forum. This is where Maritime SheEO will also be there for next year. What we have done, we have organized the first day of youth in Posidonia. So Posidonia is the biggest shipping exhibition, ship services exhibition in the world, and one of the biggest shipping exhibitions. So 2026, on the 5th of June, Yes Forum will not be only Greek anymore, because since 2016 was only in the Greek language. Now half of it will be in Greek with translation, and in the second part, there is going to be associations from all over the world that we will decide together what we will present, but mainly we would like to see the good practices for empowering young people and what we can do, what are the problems, what are the challenges, what are the opportunities, and what are the solutions. And I'm sure that also Maritime SheEO and India will have plenty of solutions to say. Mentoring, we're already running mentoring programs between young people and people from shipping. And young people from the first year of their studies, they're next to a person in shipping and they learn with each other. Open days and career fairs. They must learn from the school and of course from the university to create a CV. What we need from them? We need a bachelor and a master? No. We need, of course, education, but mainly we need the hard skills. We need to show them how they can learn what we are. And of course, we must give them the time to the young people to see if what they studied is for them. I mean, we cannot accuse them if they did the wrong decisions, because if we go back when we were 17 and 18, I don't think that any of us knew if what we're studying will be the future. So Yes Forum in numbers, I'm not going to go to each numbers. What I'm going to say is that most of the volunteers that they are in the Yes Forum, they stay in Greece, they work for shipping, and unfortunately, in the schools, more than 90% of the young people do not know what shipping means. And before, I was with a delegate from the conference, and he told me that in Germany, he brought, the teacher said to his kid, bring one toy. All the parents brought airplanes, cars, trucks, and the teacher said, I'm so happy you brought a vessel. Never, nobody has brought a vessel or a boat to show to the young children. So we don't, the people do not know what shipping means. And this is something that we have to do to aware. Also, 80% of the schools never had entrepreneur. They have never met before an entrepreneur to understand what we're doing. So we want to make it happen, and we want to try to make what the companies want, because 79% of the companies, of the Greek shipping companies, prioritize professionalism and integrity when they hire young professionals. This is our Lloyd's Award of 2024. Right and left from me, they are not, old people that they are in shipping. They are the young people that they have found jobs through Yes, and that they are on board, some of them. So we have to have the young people next to us and share the words with them, not only with people that they want to be in the photo. Of course I will be in the photo with them because I want also to be young. And here also the same, with our team, you see that we have many women around us. We're not so many, but we managed to do so. A gold award in the education leaders for us. And our book. It's the first book that has been written for kids over 8 years old. It's called Destination Sea. It's not yet in English. We are in the procedure of translating it, but it's the first shipping guide to describe shipping to the young people, and we were also in the top 10 in the book awards. This is what we have done. So under the skills workshops for the 6th grade of primary school and the 9th grade of junior high school, all the schools of Greece since September 2025 are having a module of 7 hours on shipping. And of course, we can also be in contact with Maritime SheEO in case the ministry wants to get it in the Indian schools. Why not for the young kids to hear about shipping? Many schools for us. I know that the numbers are not so many for India, but for Greece we're 10 million people. So for 130,000 young people to get to know to shipping, it's very much a lot. And we are having schools that they have already yes to shipping. We have more than 80 schools, and we want 200 until the end of the year. But have in mind that the module started on the 15th of September. So it's already too many and coverage most of Greece. And as you see, islands and non-islands, 80% of the people that go on board in Greece are coming from the mainland. They're not coming from islands. They're coming from places that they are in the mountains. Some of the schools that have got the books and the career shipping guide, the shipping guide is being given free of charge to all the parents, professors, and kids of the high school and the elementary. The book is for sale. Some milestones, I'm not going to go to details, but many things that have happened. Of course, we have a team that is running, yes, of young people. Look there what they study. So we have young people that they study shipping, engineering, naval architecture, economics, merchant marine academies, law, and other studies. So anybody can become a volunteer, and they're running all this, and they're university students. The CV platform also very important that we are giving the CVs. We have a platform, and the companies can get CVs from our platform, but before, we have done interviews with the young people. So we're giving also a feedback to the shipping companies. This is the Yes to Shipping that we will be with Sanjam next year. Some of the speakers that have been there, very important people, Theodore Veniamis, owner of Golden Union and former president of the Union of Greek Shipowners for 13 years, our president, our current president, Melina Travlos, George Prokopiou, Athina Martinou, very important people that have played a big role in the shipping industry worldwide. So the Yes to Shipping Forum 2026, I don't know why they said 2025, I have not seen it, but it's that we like the 2025. It's going to be the part 1, part 2, part 3. So the part 1 will be questions addressed from students to shipping executives. It's going to be in Greek with translation. Then we're going to our panel from representatives from all over the world, aiming to foster the international dialogue collaboration. And the number 3 will be the roundtable discussions, the mentoring, the open days. I will go very quickly. Very important in the open days, you see that in 2022 we had 0 first-year students. In 2025, we had 7%. So we try to empower them from the first year. Career fairs, the research we're running, strategic partners, and these are our supporters for September 2025, August 2026. So at this point, and I hope that I did not bring you more headache because we had a great full day, I want to thank Sanjam for her friendship, for her support, for what she's doing today. And I would like to, now here it is 2026. I think that they were going back to 2025 and now to 2026. And looking forward to meeting you and all of you, whoever would like to come in Posidonia. But if you want, arrange your accommodation. It's going to be really fully booked. I mean, it's the first time that Posidonia is full 1 year before in exhibitors. We will be having more than 2,000 exhibitors, more than 140 countries. So we look forward to meeting you there. Thank you very, very much, and look forward to meeting you all because we will be there together. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Dani and Sanjam. Now let's see a video on C-SPAN Leads, which is a leadership program designed for cadets and seafarers at C-SPAN. This is an investment that C-SPAN has made for their seafarers, and Maritime SheEO has been happy to support that. In this video, Tatiana is sharing her experience.
Through leadership programs like C-SPAN Leads, Maritime SheEO empowers women with leadership skills that matter. From strategic thinking to building networks, participants walk away ready to lead with confidence. Because the future of maritime leadership must be diverse. I'm proud to be a student of this program. Thank you, C-SPAN, for nominating me, and thank you, Maritime SheEO and Sanjam, for guiding me well.
Thank you very much. With that, we come to the end of the program in this hall. We can all move to the other hall, the main hall, where we will have the awards ceremony there. Thank you very much for being a great audience. Thank you.